Does the microphone work? It does. Wow. That's fucking amazing. She's good. Who? Who? Exactly. Also? Cool. Jesus Christ. What an actual pussy. Talking about like pussy and like acts like a pussy. Makes a thing out of like nothing and just it keeps telling me how I should feel. Wow. Okay. And then as always like backs out like a little bitch. As always. Ugh. Jesus Christ. I'm just closing Discord. I don't care about this clown anymore. Keeps like fucking putting up some kind of stupid clown messages all the freaking time. Jesus Christ. Name calls. Keeps telling me how I feel, even though I'm like I'm completely calm. Like I don't care about shit right now. I'm just playing the game. Wow. Okay. The only thing that I was like annoyed at, and it had nothing to do with the guy, is just that my tooth aches. That's all. I have a toothache, and that's it. That's the only thing that annoying me. But like nobody annoyed me at that point. Nobody annoys me now, so I don't really care to hear. They're like, oh no, you're mad, and kept fucking saying it like so many times in a row. It's weird. Well, and I don't care to prove him wrong, because it's like immediately as there's like an argument, immediately ego. You're a pussy. Ego, pussy. It's like the same fucking story as always with this guy. I just wonder, like, is he ever gonna get better or well? Or is he always gonna be fucked? Well, I guess I'm gonna level enchanting only for myself. Great. That's fine. Svetlana. Oh my god, he keeps fucking going. Jesus Christ. Same story with you. You mean fuck your bullshit? Honestly, you're a decent person with a massive ego. Ego about what? Nothing even happened there. It's like you're just making a problem out of like literally nothing. I didn't care to answer a certain message, and that's it. And he makes a problem out of it. And I said later on that, yeah, okay, I didn't feel like fucking answering a message, you know. And that's it. That's all I did. And I said that like, oh, I didn't feel like fucking answering that. And that's it, you know, I said it. Like, what more do you fucking want? He said like, oh, it's for okay. I'm gonna do groceries when I'm back in the room. If you're available, sure. But if you're not playing busy or whatever, like you didn't see my messages, I guess. Not really. On YouTube, yeah, I figured. Well, now I'm typing here. But did you see them?
Are you back already then? Or can you say yes or no? Yeah, I didn't reply to that. No, they're always there. Has it ever been YouTube? Well, I kind of answered that. You said, like, can you say yes or no? So I immediately didn't answer the question. And then you say, like, can you see the YouTube messages? Otherwise, I might be tapping for nothing there. No, they're always there. Well, I said, like, no, the messages are always there. And then I'm asking you, like, that, like, maybe there's like a situation that the messages don't go through sometimes. So I ask you, has it ever been on YouTube that your messages don't go through, like on Kick? I didn't use Kick. No, in this case, you just didn't read chat. And then I remembered Mixer. Maybe it was on Mixer. I read chat, and then I said I read chat just now, when I was actually free to read it. But check Discord first. But it's on another window, in another window. A main chat box gets reset. Not quite. I typed while you were back and in game moving around. Not quite. I typed. I don't know why you're like even disagreeing there. You're saying not quite. I typed while you were back and in game moving around. But basically, and then I'm explaining to you, if I don't have it focused, basically I'm explaining to you the mechanic that, like, if I don't have it focused, basically the window is not chosen for the stream messages, then I'm not going to see it. No, I didn't know if you didn't see them or ignored them, etc. I was looking only at Discord, mates. I don't know what you're on about. Keep talking about this clown topic. Yeah, like, basically, well, like, you were saying it, and I said that, like, you know, it was already clear that I didn't, like, fucking see them, you know. And I answered, like, I read now, you know. I read it just now, and I didn't read it before. I didn't see them before, but yes, they are displayed. That's it. And then you just immediately, I don't know what you're on about, how you keep talking about this clown topic. Yeah, it's like, because like, it's already like, I already said, we already talked about it. And then kind of like, it went on a bit like longer, you know, it just went on longer. And then I said this clown topic, and you immediately reacted to the clown topic thing, obviously, and you just said, calm down, dumbass. I'm explaining why I thought that. Before I moved for a second, but wasn't really here. No need to make an elephant out of a mosquito. Well, yeah, it's kind of like, I already answered. And then you keep saying, like, not quite a tad where you're back in game moving around. And then you say, like, so I didn't know if you didn't see them or ignored them, etc. Okay, like, but like, yeah, it's like, whatever, it's it, you know, we already talked about it. But of course, like, when you say, like, calm down, dumbass, like, it's like, calm down, dumbass. Does that, like, sound like, you know, like you want to tell something that you want to tell somebody? Or you just want to, like, just say, like, I'm just explaining, man, that's it. Or you actually want to use those words. Do you want to use, like, calm down, dumbass? Okay? I mean, that's your choice of words. No need to make an elephant out of a mosquito. And then I'm just saying that you don't have to explain. Exactly. I don't know why you're still talking about it. I don't care to talk about it. Do you? Then you say weird but okay, whatever you say, you know, like, not just like okay, but like weird but okay, whatever you say, yeah, okay. Because it was like longer than just like okay, yeah, okay. That's why I felt like, oh, okay, then I'm gonna explain, you know, that I was busy, I was AFK, and I didn't fucking see anything. You said you don't care, Oh, when you say like you said you don't care and still keep talking about it. When I'm not talking really about that, I'm just talking about the fact that like about now. I'm not really talking about what was then. I'm just talking about like you talking about it now. I'm not talking about the situation. I only care because you act like you care. Because you said weird but okay, whatever you say, when you say whatever you say, when somebody says whatever you say, you know, they don't really mean that. They actually mean that like, oh, you know, like, yeah. Okay, fuck it, you know, like, weird indeed. Exactly, because you seem to not stop talking about it, and then it just like keeps going. And you know the rest. It just keeps going, keeps going.
Мне нужны ножницы, чтобы баранки я могу раздать все, кто на день рождения.
Я не могу дать тебе ножницы, и мама не может тебе дать ножницы. Я не могу дать тебе ножницы. Не знаю, где твои ножницы. И мама занята сейчас, у нее там занятие. А что такое?
Мне надо, чтобы я могла...
Что? Ой, какой ты узелок здесь сделала. А как я это развяжу? С-богу.
Мне придется ножницы порезать.
Да. Узел, конечно, сильный такой. Ну, уже получилось. Уже получается развязать. Так. Тут сюда, что ли? Вот это вот. Угу, хорошо. А дальше-то что? Угу. Дальше там еще один узелок. Можешь, пожалуйста, сходить попить воды? Сейчас теплая еда. I replied to your messages on YouTube, and then I said that like, no, I didn't see them, you know, and it's like whatever, and you said like, oh, you know, maybe there's like no point in even typing there, and it's funny how like when you say that shit, because like it's like as if like if I don't see them like once, then that's it, there's no points, you know, let's just use like some kind of like fucking maximalism or whatever. Everything's black and white. Like if something doesn't work out, like let's just not do it anymore. Cause like I literally, you know, you said that and I was like, no, you know, like they are displayed on YouTube and I just didn't see them, you know. I just didn't see them, but hey, like I replied to them now, so you know, like what's the problem? And then I tried to clarify, oh, like maybe you have like a situation when they're like sometimes you're typing something and they're not being displayed. Yeah, I just asked about that because I thought that maybe that's a fucking concern, you know, like maybe there's a problem with those. And then like, oh no, it's only a matter of me not seeing them. And then I'm explaining like, no, it's just that like I was on Discord, you know. I was on Discord. If I'm like fucking replying to you on Discord and it's not on the main screen, how the fuck do you think I'm doing that? You know? How I'm gonna do that? How I'm gonna see the chat messages if I'm on Discord? Unless the Discord window would be really small, which is not really an option for me because I don't want to strain my eyes. I'm never making like super small windows where you can't see shit. I can only fit like the chat messages, chat box, and another chats which is from Rumble. Or I just like I'm just looking at everything else there. Like either that's Discord, or that's like one of my streams, or it's something else, like some kind of web page. And sometimes I'm trying to explain something, but you're always like, not always, but often you're just avoiding that. You're saying, no, there's no need to explain. You're just, you're just making a problem out of this, and I'm like, and sometimes I'm thinking that yes, that it's just simpler to explain, and that's it. That's what I did. I went AFK, or rather, I don't know why my PC died. And as soon as that happened, I came back, I restarted my computer, and I'm like just typing that like, oh hey, well basically I didn't want to like reply to that message. I don't know why, I just didn't feel like it, to reply to that message right away about like the YouTube messages. But then in the end you learn that like, yeah, like I didn't see them. That's it, right? That's practically it. It should have been like done there. And then you keep like saying like stuff like, if you don't care, why you keep talking about it? Well, I'm just trying to clarify because you seem to care about it more. Because you keep using words like weird, whatever, and then you say like calm down, dumbass, and stuff like that. Then you say that I'm mad. Then you say that I'm like, annoyed. Then you say that I'm feeling all these feelings that I'm not even feeling, which is kind of interesting, to hear whenever I'm not feeling those feelings. So maybe like, what's the point to assume, right? I'm never like saying that like, oh hey, you're mad, I only can say that like as a response to whatever you're saying, If you're like saying that I'm mad, then I might as well say, no, you're mad. You're the one who's mad. But like, in reality, I don't even know like if you're mad or not, right? I'm not gonna assume that. Like I don't care to assume. Then the whole like name calling, and then saying ego, and then you keep. As soon as there's an argument, immediately you keep like just throwing all kinds of stupid shit like ego. Then you say like, oh, you on Twitter, you write stupid messages that nobody fucking checks out or whatever, nobody like sees or nobody cares about. It's like, it's really interesting with you, like what is this kind of like behavior? Like it's like you just throw everything into an argument, even though it wasn't an argument. And then you like kept saying like, oh, like wrong or whatever or fault. You're using these words, but no one was wrong or at fault there. Not always, someone is wrong or at fault. That is something that I'm teaching my kids sometimes. I'm like mentioning, I'm saying, hey, like this was not your fault or anyone's fault. It just, that's just how it happened, and that's it. The only thing that you can actually focus on and point out is that like me saying that like when I said like words, I don't know what you're on about, you keep talking about this clown topic. That is the only thing that you can say that like, I wouldn't say that I was wrong there. I would just say that I've said something triggering, and then you just immediately calm down, dumbass. I'm explaining why I thought that. Right? But like, yeah, I mean, I can apologize for that if that matters, but like, I don't feel like apologizing for that. I just felt like typing that because I thought that like the whole convo about like me not seeing messages or whatever was over like 3 minutes ago, but it seemed like it's just, you know, continuing, right? That's why I said that it's a clown topic. But I didn't call you a clown, by the way. I just said clown topic. Do you see the difference? I didn't call you a clown. I didn't say that you're clowning around. I didn't say that you're spouting clown shit or yapping. I just said that you're talking about this clown topic. That's all that I said. And you immediately go like fucking 180 and say like, calm down, dumbass. I'm explaining why I thought that. How many times did you call me names? Let's see. You called me that, then you said you didn't resist to give the word indeed, except you type as much. You get annoyed by it, so drop it then. If it annoys you, clearly annoyed. Okay, then you tell me that I'm annoyed. Okay, cool. Okay. Then I'm explaining the whole situation, and that's it, you know, and then you make it a problem. You don't have to backpedal. Oh, okay. And immediately you use words like, oh, backpedal. Like, you know, the same as like you said like earlier, like pussy for no reason is just so stupid. Like you keep using these words to, I don't know, like what is this, like some kind of, I guess it's like the way you talk to like some kind of people on the forum or something when you're like trying to, you know, like shit on them or something. I don't know. It's kind of like stupid, but like the language used just implies that you're trying to get at them or something. You know, and trying to exaggerate shit, and when it's like, oh, backpedal to justify why you raged. Okay, so you're even using words like raged. Is that the word that you want to use? It's like you keep just using words that are just either like some kind of exaggeration or, and like constantly you're just like throwing yourself into this, not like a circle jerk, but like into this like situation. You're just like, it's like you're reeling yourself up. I don't know, like what's the point of that? This is like so stupid. Through teaching my kid, I have learned that like I want to use words that perfectly describe the situation. So like here, if you say like backpedal, that's not what was happening. I'm just explaining. I'm not really doing. Oh my god, now he's writing to me even though he blocked me. Oh my god. You're really gonna do that? I might as well block you too. I can block you, you know, like why are you typing messages to me, man, right now? On Discord. So you say like words like backpedal or justify it. Yeah, okay. I mean like I'm just explaining and you just say words raged. I didn't rage. You're saying that I raged. You're saying that I was annoyed. You're saying those words. You know, you're telling me how I'm feeling. And that's the only thing that like I'm not, you know, I'm not agreeing with. And then you're calling it fucking up. Like it's like something big happened or whatever. Where was the fuck up? That I didn't read your like YouTube messages? How's that a fuck up? When I'm just like, I'm busy, I'm AFK, then I'm like fucking coming back, but I already switched to Discord, so I'm not really even seeing like stream chats, right? Because like I'm just looking at your chat in Discord, and I'm like, and you're there, and then I just decided that like to continue our previous convo from yesterday, I think, right? Like or in the middle of the night, right? And I'm just like, I only see that, and I know only about that at the moments. And then you're typing, oh, you didn't see my messages. Yeah, and the whole like thing like happened, right? But like, I didn't really. I'm just saying, and I explained it only so it would be clear that like I literally was AFK, then I came to my computer, I saw the popcorn emotes, then I switched to Discord so I didn't see the YouTube messages, and as soon as you wrote them, while you were writing them, I was still on Discord and I didn't see any YouTube messages. But they were there, obviously. So when I switched back on YouTube, obviously I saw them there, and I typed there. Then I went back to Discord and we had like the whole convo about the thing. But you keep using like these words. Difference between you and me, I can admit being wrong, but for you it's a real struggle. But like, wrong about what? Again, wrong about what? It's like wrong, false. But if nothing really happened, like what is the problem there? It's like you're confusing, like you're calling like every situation like someone has to be like at fault or wrong or something, and you don't really have to always like find someone to blame or whatever. You can blame the situation. Sometimes I'm mad at a situation. I'm not mad like at the or annoyed at a particular person, or just I'm just like annoyed at a chain of events or whatever. Depends on the situation. Not always like anyone or someone is at fault. Types wall of text. It wasn't wall of text. Like you're just continuing to use words that are literally an exaggeration to kind of like, I don't know, like to stir things up, or like what are you trying to do? Like create more conflict, or like it's kind of weird because like backpedal, rage, annoyed, and all of those are like either an exaggeration or in some cases like completely like not true. Wall of text, and it wasn't wall of text, it was just well, it was a few messages, but it wasn't really wall of text. Jesus Christ. Okay, call it wall of text, whatever, but like could have said like to justify some bullshit. I don't know what you call bullshit. It's not like I was like trying to lie to you or something about the YouTube messages. Or no, I just explained to you the situation, how it was, and that's it, But like you're somehow like making out like trying to paint it in some kind of weird way that like supposedly, I don't know, like what was going on there? Like I'm like lying about something? Am I like making up a story? No. It was just, I was AFK, then I didn't see the messages, then you posted the pic, I replied to the messages in the pic, that's it. There's nothing else to really talk about there. And then I asked you about like if there's a problem with the YouTube messages overall, like maybe they're not displaying sometimes or something. And then you said the words weird, and then whatever, and that's why, I started like explaining and stuff like that, because like it's just like, to me it's clear that like, oh okay, so it's weird to you, right? Okay, it's weird. And there was nothing weird about that situation at all. There was nothing weird about it. Never blamed. Don't be ignorant. Dude, you're trolling or what? Seem you care a lot. You're the one that kept talking about, and you obviously care. Well, that's the thing. Like, if you care about something, then obviously I'm going to talk about it. That just is pretty obvious. Just because I'm talking about something, it doesn't mean that I care. But if the person that I'm talking to cares about something, or he just says like weird, or just like acts in a way that like I'm understanding that either the situation isn't clear or something, or there's like a misunderstanding or something, then it means that like it's not over, And you obviously care more since you write entire text about it. Yeah, that literally has nothing to do with anything. when I just replied to him, feeling mad today, slept little, okay. Now you're just again assuming shit, feeling mad, slept little, okay. Now I don't. I see that you keep coming back to it. Well, but you can keep writing nonsense about me being mad. Okay, that's. Well, I always knew you had some ego. Okay, so we're now going like the ego route again. But this is pathetic, honestly. Even when you read back chats and see you're at fault here, you can play. You can't. But yeah, you keep playing, man. Best to drop this. It's like. Whenever you say like best to drop this or like drop it or whatever, like who do you think you are? Like, I mean, why do you like keep saying it? Like the conversation ends or like some topic ends whenever you fucking say it. Okay. At fault, like there was a problem. Well. So drop it. Oh, yeah. I just said like so drop it, meaning like so drop it if you want to drop it. Yeah, sure. Of course, you made it a problem. You keep making it a problem. That's really interesting. I mean, you're the one who's like replying with "calm down, dumbass." Okay. And then calling me mad. Interesting. I'll say it again. I know when I'm at fault, but when you are at fault, it's very hard for you to admit that for some reason. It's not like anyone was even at fault there. The only thing that I can like admit at fault being that I can admit to being at fault is like I called it a clown topic. That's all. That's like the only thing. But past that is just just talk about like some kind of nonsense. And I'm not gonna take your bullshit, okay? I don't know, man, fuck that. You keep typing some clown shit. I can't. Well, this is really not leading anywhere. Like either nothing that I type later on or you type doesn't really add anything to the convo. It's literally, you were the clown this time, so fuck off. I didn't call you clown though, but I just said that you keep typing some clown shit. Okay, so fuck off and play your game at faults. Can't ever keep your fucking mouth shut when you say you don't care or want to drop it. I didn't say that I want to drop it. I said that like you're saying that like drop it, and I'm telling you like yeah, okay, so you drop it. I didn't say like yeah, let's drop it or like I want to drop it. I just said like if you want to drop it, you can do it, I don't know why you keep telling me what to do. It's kind of weird. Listen to your own words then. I mean, I'm always listening to my own words because you're typing and I'm not really hearing what you're saying. I only can read it. When something actually happened, you keep using this word like actually something important and bad happened. Nothing bad or important happened, but it's clear you talk out of your ass right now. Wait a minute. So if nothing bad or important happened, but it's clear you talk out of your ass right now, how is this like anything past a certain point? How is it like relevant or has like any value or what? That doesn't make any sense. If nothing bad or important happened, then it's like a mute point. Like, who cares? So why not just drop it as you said? And it's funny that you keep like coming back to it whenever I just meant that like you can drop it if you want to, but like I never said that I'm gonna drop it. That's the thing. All I said was like, yeah, so drop it. I didn't say like I'm dropping it. Or like, let's drop it. I said like, yeah, so drop it. You want to drop it? So drop it. Oh my god. It's so funny when somebody like comes back to something which is like just which is just wrong. You keep going. I don't know, man. Someone who's Hellbender claiming I'm mad is definitely not talking out of his ass. Fine, you're not mad. Okay. But you definitely talk shit right now. Yeah, same as you, by the way. Okay, thanks, because that's how it was from the beginning. No shit, I'm pointing it out, but you make a clown shit about it. Oh, okay. You're pointing it out. Amazing. Thanks. Like it wasn't like shit wasn't obvious before. Then what would you throw in your assumption about me feeling like that? That's what's weird. You focus too much on the mad. Then tell people what to focus on. Jesus. It's like, yeah, I mean, well, maybe you shouldn't have said those words. That I'm like mad or annoyed. You know, when I wasn't. Trying to say that, and maybe people weren't like focus on anything, you know. Maybe there will be nothing to focus on. You just derail shit as always. Oh, okay, and then you just like throw a message which literally means nothing, where you're basically, I have nothing to say. I don't know what to say right now, so I'm just gonna type in a throwaway message that doesn't mean anything. You tell me derail one, and but I'm like asking what does that message even mean, but it doesn't have a meaning, so you can't really fucking tell me. Tell me what's the issue. You are the issue. No, you tell me what I did wrong. Yeah, so like tell me what I did wrong exactly. Fuck your ego. Just read back chat if you can figure. Like first of all, you say like just read back chat, and then you just spit in your own face or something, and you post a pic. Like you just ignore what you've said before, and you post the pic anyways to prove something, and you like circle, and you just kind of like not selected but like drawn over like around the message that I posted, which was like afterwards. Wait a minute, what were you trying to say even? I'm not even sure. Because you go weird out of the blue, then acting you didn't. That annoys me. Okay, and you like selected that message specifically. Okay, where's the weird? Wait, or on Mixer now, I read chat just now when I was actually free to read it. Actually, I'm gonna show it on screen. Yeah. So because you go weird out of the blue, then acting you didn't. That annoys me. Oh, okay. Wait, or the Mixer read chat just now when I was actually free to read it, but check Discord first because it's in another window, and main chat box gets resetted, by the way. Not quite. I typed while you were back and in game moving around. If I don't have it focused, is this a message like that like annoy you or something, or I just not quite? When I was actually free to read it, I read chat just now. Yeah, I read chat just now. When I said that, I read it after the fact, after you already posted it. Then I read it. I didn't read it before, I didn't say. Not quite, I typed while you were back and in game moving around. Yeah, like it's not even. And then I'm just explaining that like if I don't have it focused, basically if I don't have like the window, the chat window selected, then like I don't even see the stream messages. I started to fucking explain the situation, but then you like just either you ignored it or I don't know what you even mean by this picture. I can't even imagine. I can't even understand what this picture means, because like you like circle around like this message, but like this message was just the start of an explanation that like I just have like on the other monitor stream chat box, and if I like go to Discord, I don't see any of the messages that people are posting at the time. So I wouldn't even be able to see your messages, right? If I'm on Discord currently. And that's it. Not quite. So I didn't know if you didn't see them or ignore them. Okay. No, I don't even ignore your messages. Like practically ever. I just... Why are you in game? Do I need to get to Twilight Highlands? Do I get to Twilight? Nah, I just finished just now. You may be afraid of something or something, but why keep saying that shit? Weird. I can read them. Just didn't get to it. Beat to death? You good? You good? Wow. Name calling. Getting mad. Posting all kinds of shit. Let's Allah know about your behavior later today. So, because if you don't, you're a pussy. Something you call people a lot. Laughing like a clown. Oh yeah. Let's consider your opinion. Someone who backs out and leaves convo whenever it gets too hard or something. Oh wow. Even froze this clown shit and uses everything just to make himself feel good. Yikes. You're the pussy and you're disgusting. Cheers. Not reading any messages then. You don't earn me reading your messages. You're just too toxic, bro. Pussy. Okay. Oof. Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. I haven't read a single message because, like, I don't see the points. I mean, if you couldn't, like, make a single good argument, like, half an hour ago, I just can't imagine you being able to at this point either. Like, if you don't make any sense before, then you don't make sense even now. Yeah, this is a sad reality. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. So stupid. Yeah. I wish there was a point in reading like messages, but like what's the point of like, you know, like reacting to some kind of like dude who's like mad and can't fucking shut up about some kind of like nonsense. And then whenever like he has an argument, he just pours all kinds of like stupid shit in, like all kinds of shit in. Ugh. Just disgusting behavior. And then he says that he's a religious man. Pathetic. Pathetic, stupid behavior that I'm not gonna like cater to. Thanks. I'm good. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't do the thing. Yeah, I didn't do the thing. I'm still gonna be playing this character. Yeah. Okay, need to feed the kid. I'll be right back after like 10 minutes. Yeah. My kid needs to go and eat supper. Yeah, it's time for supper. I'll see you in 5 minutes, guys. Also, Rumble chat. I don't have Rumble chat. Jesus Christ. As soon as there's like an argument, this guy just goes and lays all kinds of shit. Just, it's like, the first, he's like, yeah. Like, acts like a total yes man, or whatever, or at least like he doesn't like criticize me as much. But then as soon as like there's an argument or whatever, and you're like arguing with him, he just throws all kinds of shit in, which is like just so stupid to see. It's like you get into this like some kind of weird convo that is completely unproductive. It just like suits no purpose. Yeah. Kind of weird. Man. Crazy. Crazy. Imagine somebody as mad as this tells someone that someone is mad. That is so stupid. And that's the thing, like, if it would be like just some kind of like some kind of like fucking viewer or like some kind of like random or whatever, and I was like saying this and laughing, he would laugh with me 100%. What a fucking hypocrite. Got him. Fucking got him. Easy. Wasn't trolling though. Yeah, that is just some kind of nonsense. I wasn't trolling though about anything. Yeah. I just explained the situation. It's not bullshit. It's funny that the guy just calls it bullshit. It's funny that the guy named called me a bunch of times. It's just weird. Like, why would you do that? You know? Why would you call your friend, you know, like all kinds of fucking names? Like, what are you, fucking stupid? I mean, you're apparently not stupid, but it's like, what's the point of that? That's weird. You should go, like, see a therapist or something. Yeah. Talking shit like that. Being this mad about, like, some kind of nonsense that doesn't even matter. That's the thing. The situation was pretty simple. It was really, really simple. But I guess he didn't see it that way. Then talking about like some kind of ego and some kind of like basically like shit that is like completely unrelated to the thing. And also, like, if somebody can't voice what is exactly wrong or what's the problem, you can't like pinpoint and say out loud what is exactly wrong and like how somebody is wrong, then either that means that you might as well say that they're not wrong then, or you can just say that like, well, you just need to do a better job then at like saying what exactly is not right. What is wrong? Who's at fault? At fault at like doing what? If you can actually word it correctly, then yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, if you can put it into words, then it's clear. It's understandable. But like if you're just saying like, and you keep just saying like, oh, you derail shit. Oh, you have an ego. Oh, you know what you did wrong. No, you just don't know what the fuck are you on about? Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, it seems so, because I mean, if you can't even like fucking say it, then I guess, well, either you have like some kind of speech impediment or like some kind of other problem, or maybe you're a bit illiterate, or who knows? Who knows? That's the thing. I don't know. I'm just, like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's nothing. I don't know. I have no clue. Jesus Christ. Either way, so weird. So weird. Keeps making a deal out of like all kinds of like stupid shits, and keeps using words that are basically poorly describing a situation. You know? And that's the thing, like using words like that, you will always have situations where there's like some kind of like conflict or whatever. If you're gonna keep like using words that are just poorly describing a situation. Like, you never want to say that somebody's mad if they're not mad, right? But if you're just like assuming that they're mad, you know, and if they're not actually mad, well then you're then that's where you actually can find faults in, you know, assuming that someone is is like feeling a certain way when they're not, you know, which is just, you know, kind of weird behavior that is kind of frowned upon, like, or why are you telling people how they feel or whatever. You know, I'm not telling you how you feel, so what the fuck are you doing? You know, telling me how I feel. Doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Either way, he can do whatever. He can play WoW, he can not play WoW. He can do whatever. He might as well delete his character if he wants to. You know. It's like just talking to someone who's like, as soon as there's like an argument or like, you know, like creates a problem out of nothing, it's just weird. And then he uses words to somehow like, or tries to like say that there's like somebody is at fault, somebody is wrong, which is just not helping anyone. It's just weird behavior. Then he keeps saying like some kind of mad shit. Oh, you're a pussy. Oh, this. Oh, you're a coward. You didn't read my messages. No, just didn't get to them yet. But hey, now I don't even care to get to them. You know, I would get to them. But he just kept saying all kinds of like stupid stuff, and then I decided it would be just funny if I'm just gonna deny all of his like efforts writing those messages. Oh, I'm gonna beat you to death. Jesus Christ, dude. If it would come down to it, there would not be any mercy. But then again, why would I go ham on my friend who is just being weird, and that's it, you know? I don't really have, you know, like a beef or whatever. It's like, it's a stupid situation. You wanted to make a deal out of it, and I don't care to make a deal out of it. I was just explaining my situation with the whole chat thing and chat messages. But I guess it wasn't interesting to him or something. I don't know. I guess it wasn't relevant, or he didn't care to hear it or something like. And also like the whole like behavior, like somehow I'm like there's like even a chance of me ignoring his messages. Like he has some kind of like trauma or something, or that somebody hurt him, that somebody like doesn't read his messages, like that Firecoon guy, or you know, or that girl who fucking didn't reply to him like for a long time, or etc. Like maybe it's that, maybe it has to do with something with that, but like at the same time I'm always replying to his messages. I'm not reading this message, I just ignored it, you know, and that's it. I didn't read it, I just clicked your name and then pressed ignored, and that's it. Like, your effort spent writing that message is just wasted. Just so you would know, I'm just letting you know that I haven't spent even a millisecond reading whatever you fucking wrote there. Yeah, so like, I don't know, be confused further, be insecure or whatever further. Keep saying all kinds of shit, keep lashing out at your friends or whatever, just because you're mad or something. But that's your life, not mine. And I'm not the one who's religious. I'm not the one who's like praying later and then like thinking back, I'm like, oh fuck, I called my friend names. He explained a situation to me, but I called it bullshit and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting. Whoa, there's like 3 of them or something. Yeah. Oh shit, there's another account. I'm not gonna read the message from this account either. Okay, where's the fucking thing? Oh my god, he went on Kick. That's crazy. He went on Kick. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Whoop, whoop. I didn't even read it. Easy. I did read that one about the noob. Fuck, he got me. He got me. Jesus. He got me. Okay. Here, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you with. Where is this? How do you? Huh? Oh, I get it. Like if it's like if I do it like this and then I click like this, then that's it. Yep. Well, that was kind of easy. So mad that he has to go to fucking Kick to write me from Kick. I don't use Kick. Well, apparently you do. Made him use Kick. Oh my god. Thanks for being a punching bag. Cool, dude. Even though, like, I don't care to make you a punching bag. It's weird. Like, you're the one who's, like, creating these conflict situations yourself. Don't know what for, but I guess, I don't know. I guess you like drama. I guess you like drama. I guess he likes drama, guys. You know, because that's like that's exactly what he does. Likes drama. I can jump to them, right? Yeah. Сынок, почему ты не идешь ужинать? Ужин же, я же сказал, я положил. Солнышко. И пойду тебе налью
Пап,
водички.
смотри, что я построила. А тут кошка, а тут...
А что там будто все наложено друг на друга и все? А что там так это наклонено? Там все нормально? Там держится? Чего оно наклонено так? А, может. А, вот мы поправили. Похоже, что. У тебя руки не холодные? У меня руки холодные, а у тебя руки? У тебя руки теплые? тебе уже включил в туалете и ванне, да? Надо как бы быть готовой, да, к тому времени, как мама освободится. Да, Светлана? I'm back. Dude, are you here? Have you stopped being gay? Dude, have you stopped being gay? Hope so. I hope you're not gay anymore. Cause that was gay, dude. That was gay behavior. Actually reminds me of those like screeching, you know, like those screeching SJWs or something. You know, when they're like screeching. I know my rights. You know, they act like that too, you know, kind of like unreasonable. And they and just say stuff about people and shit like that. Yeah, kind of weird. Wait. Mm-hmm. Huh. No. Where's my ignore list? Is there like an ignore list? Unignore. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's gonna get well, and he's not gonna be retarded anymore. Yeah. Also, me like saying this shit now is just it's justified because he said some mad shit about me, and also he posted like a lot of messages afterwards that I decided not to read. You know, because like it's just some stupid stuff. So yeah, it's kind of like that's why I'm justified to not just call him out now, but to also like talk shit to him, exactly because he acted the way he acted. He exaggerated and name called and done stuff like that it's just stupid. He just acted stupid. Okay, unbanning this guy. Unbanning this clown. I'm kidding, he's not a clown. That is a joke. Yeah, he's not a clown, just sometimes he acts like one. Just says some stupid shit. I don't know. Maybe it's like maybe because he has like a dent, you know, in his head or something. I don't know. Yeah. I unbanned you, dude. You're not banned anymore. Hey, dude. Maybe you're gonna write like a million messages again, you know, so I can not read them again. I'm just kidding. If you're not gonna act like a clown, then I'm gonna, you know, not act like this anymore too, you know. He wrote Lamau. That's what I like to see, brother. Wait. And you get your sword back. It's literally bullshit. None of it mattered. It was literally about fucking nothing. Dude, it was about nothing. I tell you right now, dude, like, I have problems, you know, sometimes, or had problems in my life, and you had problems in your life that were actually important and actually were a thing, okay? So this is literally nothing. And you calling me names, I don't even care about that, because I know that, like, even if you would mean that, it doesn't fucking matter, because I know what I am, you know? I know what I am. You know, I know what I do, and I know, like, if I act, in kind of like a way that I'm just like, like brushing off or something like that, I'm kind of like, I'm acting in a way that is like maybe disrespectful, right? Sure, but like, you calling me names is not even a problem. I'm just pointing it out, that it happened, right? And you and me, we had in our lives, like things that happened to our close ones, that were. There's Svetlana. Ой, ты все забыла, солнышко. Just a second, I need to tell my wife something. Dude, you know how I am. I don't troll. Да. Я же сказал, ты покушаешь, я тебе специально включил свет в ванне и в туалете, потому что уже слишком поздно. Мама освобождается только к 8, а это уже поздно, да? Ты уже до этого момента должна улечься спать. Just a second, I'm gonna like tell my kid to prepare for to sleep. Поэтому тебе нужно почистить зубы сейчас, сходить в туалет. Все, то есть как бы, да? Ты же слышала это, ты же знаешь, да? Все, это ты уже будешь делать завтра. Извини, солнышко, но сейчас слишком поздно. Тебе нужно уже отдыхать. Светлана, доченька. Он хочет убрать этот плед? Пожалуйста. Давай. Все, я тебе там. Oh my god, some kind of fat piece of shit is killing me. Да? Ну я же тебя покормил. Я же тебя покормил. Иди, пожалуйста. Да? Ой. Я тебе не удалось, что все хорошо? Ой, все хорошо. Да? Тебе нужно готовиться ко сну, потому что тебе нужно успеть отдохнуть. Температуры нету?
Нет, пожалуйста.
Ты хорошо себя чувствуешь? Или чувствуешь, будто устала от соплей? До ванны?
Да.
Хорошо.
Следующая остановка
А потом ты зубы
ванна.
чистишь. Okay, I'm back. The kid is brushing teeth. You said, dude, listen, I don't want to waste your friendship over some bullshit. Yes, but I legit thought you were trolling me on purpose. I said in chat earlier, I don't even mean the shit I say. I just say insults for the sake of saying them, especially when I think you're trolling me to get under my skin. Well, I'm practically never getting under your skin unless it's like this, When it's kind of like it's like whenever you whenever you throw like the whole I'm gonna block you, I'm not talking to you, and that kind of routine or something like that, right? It doesn't matter if it's serious or not, but then I'm like, oh, okay, so he's saying that we're not friends anymore, and I'm like, and then I can get under your skin, right? But before that, I'm kind of like, I'm not trolling. I'm just, kind of like talking about the situation, right? But it's hard to talk about the situation when like, like someone is like keep throwing in like these like, things like, you're right, Chad. Messages, stupid messages on fucking Facebook or like Twitter or something, right? Like, or you're doing that, or you have an ego, like, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, it's really hard to talk about like a situation if I'm getting messages like that. Then I'm like, like, what am I supposed to do? I'm out of mana. What am I supposed to do? I don't have any mana. I said in chat earlier, I didn't even mean the shit I say. That's why I'm saying whole thing is bullshit. Yeah. Okay. Either way, I wasn't mad at that time. I wasn't mad now. I'm not saying I was annoyed it was real, but again, because I thought you tried to annoy me on purpose. Dude, I'm never trying to do that. I'm never trying to do that. If I'm trying to do something like that, then I laugh after and it's a joke. Like, I'm never trying to do that, brother. Like, honest to God, there was practically never an instance like that. When I'm trying, when I'm not like fucking serious. Where I'm just trolling and I'm just like making up shit. That's just not something that I do, like, yes, I can, like, as an example, like those guys that wrote like messages on YouTube about like this topic or that topic, and I'm writing to them. Like, first I'm like talking to them, just like you, right? Just like you, I'm like talking like to you, right? And first I'm like making sense, right? But as soon as like, if I see that they're like, like, I'm making arguments, and if they write something, I'm not saying that you do, but like as soon as I see that they're like not really having a conversation with me, but they're just like going like another route, like, oh, I'm just gonna cancel you, like, let's just gonna go like and do this cancel culture shit, then I'm starting to shit on them because I know that like I'm justified to do that. Because, I mean, if they're like being like that and they're not really like countering my argument or saying something like, or adding anything to the conversation, then I'm immediately going ham on them, because that's funny, that's something to do, and it's just, it's just something that they deserve, right? So here it's like more or less the same kind of thing, like first I'm making sense, I'm like trying to explain my thing, I'm not trying to troll or whatever, and whenever I see your messages, I'm practically like always like replying to them, or I try to at least, right? Like, and because I didn't fully like really come back to the computer, then like fully come back, like I'm streaming and that's it, and I'm here and I'm just present, right? Like, and I'm not really like being distracted by anyone or anything like that. Then I'm like, that's it, I'm like attentive, and I can like reply, I can, react or anything like that, right? But before that, I'm kind of like, maybe I'm gonna see something, maybe I'm not gonna see something, and like I said, on the other screen I have like 5 tabs of my stream on different platforms. If I'm switching to that, if I'm switching to my browser, I don't see any messages. I just maybe see like messages from just one platform. If I'm switching to Discord, I just see Discord. Or I switch to the main chat box of all of the fucking chat messages, then I'm seeing everything, and I'm obviously seeing your messages. So yeah, like I said, there's always a point of you like writing on YouTube, because if it's like comfortable for you to write on YouTube, then you just do that, right? And that's it. And it's like never did I'm not seeing those messages. It just sometimes what happens is like the chat box, and I'm going to explain this to you because like sometimes in the chat box like the messages just disappear. So like on the platform and on my stream, if I go to the tab, right, of my YouTube stream, right, I'm going to see the messages there. They're still going to be there, right? But the chat box sometimes resets if I'm like switching to a browser tab and then I'm switching back to chat box. Chat box is like completely fucking clear, you know, and there's like no messages there, you know, and then like there's like an instant then when I might like miss something, right, like completely, right. That might happen because like that's just the thing. I don't know why Chatbox does that, but basically in some windows or periods of time that might have happened, right? Also. I'm not saying you can't troll me or joke. No, that's the thing. Like whenever I'm trolling you or joking about you, you know, like I'm pretty sure it's pretty clear, you know, like because like for instance, like right now I wasn't even like joking or like trolling you. Although I was like joking around, like in some situations when it was like laughing, right? When you said like laughing, you know, you're laughing like a clown. Well, yeah, I mean, there I was like joking around and like, yeah. Again, a cast of misunderstanding on both sides or chance a never-ending loop of his series or his trolling, so that's why it annoyed me. Well, actually, I didn't even say that you were trolling this time. I was just talking to you, and that's it. You know, like, and it seems like you thought that I was trolling, but I wasn't. You know, I wasn't trolling in the beginning. I wasn't trolling. You know, like 10 minutes in. And then later on, it was just like a shit fest, like because it started to go, you know, like we started talking about like something that has nothing to do with the situation, you know. You have an ego, no, I don't have an ego. You know, you're mad, no, I'm not mad, and like, and that's really not really adding anything to the convo. Svetlana. Светлана, а почему ты балуешься с котом и играешься? Солнышко, что случилось? Ты зубы почистил?
Да.
А в туалет сходила или забыла?
Да.
Ты сходила в туалет?
Да.
Ты сейчас сопли все оттянул. Пожалуйста, сходи, высмотри. И потом переодеваться в пижаму, да?
Где кот? Он же только что пролетел туда. Котя. Мурмурка. Ты так быстро прошлепал, что я даже не увидела.
Или ты не помнишь?
Вы кушали, я не ела.
Светлана, солнышко, там он с майонезом. głośno, a?
раз даже. Ой.
Ah. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, finally sent the kid to sleep. I hope she's gonna be better tomorrow. Yeah, 'cause that's fucking stupid. The whole situation. What did I miss? I didn't read something. I know that I understand and know, but have to understand too. I was sincere. I wasn't trolling myself. Yeah, I didn't think that you were trolling. I only thought that you were trolling when you said about the about the ego thing. You know, like I don't know. I don't know about the ego thing. Can't say that to an extent it's true, but like it literally doesn't mean anything to me. You know, the ego thing. Whenever I hear like somebody says like, you know, if I have like an ego, but like actually nobody like says that. But like if someone would say that, I would just like, you know, I start to wonder then like, what is the issue, right? Even when I said not quite, it wasn't directed to you. Again, a case of misunderstanding on both sides. We're changing. Okay, I'm rereading because like I already forgot the message because I got distracted again. But now the kid like is going to sleep, so you know, that's it. I'm free. I'm free. I'm finally free to play and talk. No, just started talking shit like I usually do with you or other friends, but the not quite part, it simply meant not quite, as in I typed on YouTube while you were moving in games, so you were behind your PC. Yeah, I was behind my PC. You didn't see my messages? Yes, I didn't see your messages. So I wanted confirmation whether you even see my messages or not to know if it's bugged. Yeah, and that's why I was like also wondering like if it's like if you ever have a situation when it is bugged or something, like if ever on YouTube does it at any point like happen that like you type a message and it doesn't like fucking get registered or something like that, right? That's why I mentioned like Kick. But I think it wasn't even Kick. I remember like one situation, I think it was like maybe Mixer, Because I do remember like streaming on Mixer or somewhere for like a few days or something, and messages sometimes weren't coming through. And for some reason I thought that it's Kick, so that's why I said Kick. You might have thought I was questioning you, so you said drop the clown topic, which in return confused me a bit, because it was a normal combo, so I thought this guy is either annoyed or trolling. Oh, okay. And that's why I thought you were laughing, because you enjoyed the trolling. Even kidding, that's why I said clown. Well, you know, when the conversation, you know, dude, when the conversation goes like in this kind of routes, right? When it goes like this way already, you know, when it's like some kind of shit talking, then, you know, obviously it's like, the only reason that I'm laughing is because like, literally my feelings throughout the whole thing is that I wasn't annoyed even a little bit. Like, I didn't feel anything. So some situations were just kind of laughable, you know. And throughout the whole thing, I didn't feel annoyed. I didn't feel like angry or anything like that. Because it was, I don't know. I can't take this convo seriously, you know, that happened. Because it was just, you know, like, it just had like so many components to it that like didn't make it something to take seriously, I guess. That's why I thought you were laughing, because you enjoyed the enjoyed the trolling. I don't know what you think of me, but like I'm like, do you honestly think that I'm like just some kind of troll, and I'm like, you know, like the trolling is like something that I'm constantly doing, or something that is like my it's like my main ability or something. It's goddamn like fucking fatality. It's my fatality. Everyone in Mortal Kombat uses some kind of fucking trick to like slice up, or like to make their opponents explode in a bloody, you know, like fucking. It's like a fucking, you know, it's like fireworks, right? But I'm just, you know, like my thing is trolling, supposedly. Yes, the shit talk ego fighting is bullshit, and I was laughing at that myself, but the only thing that annoys me in general is when someone tries to convince me I'm wrong, or they act they don't know what they talk about. Well, the thing is that, like, you weren't wrong, and there was, like, not much wrong in the whole situation, other than me saying that it's, like, a clown topic or something, because it was just, you know, it was kind of like you wanted like information about you just wanted the information about the YouTube messages, and I wasn't willing to give it. I didn't feel like answering that question at first, you know, which is kind of like, you know, which is my fault, you know. But yeah, apart from that, there was nothing really like wrong or right. I didn't even say that you were wrong about like the situation. I just said that, like, you know, you posted the messages, I didn't see them, and then I saw them and I replied to them, and you know, and it's kind of like, you know, like the story ends there, I guess. In your case, maybe it was just misunderstanding. I didn't even know what the fuck the topic was about anymore. I don't know. I think it was about like hookers, you know, sometimes liking it when they don't just take it up the ass, but you also, like, you know, you just smack them, you know, like on the back of their head, right? So while you're like fucking them, right? Kind of like that. I think that's what the topic was about. it was about like it was about Duha having an anchovy face. That everyone in the world confirmed that it's an anchovy, and that's also why he doesn't go. That's also why he doesn't go to fucking Japan, because like they would like probably eat him like right away, because he's like a goddamn sushi. That's just a walking sushi. They were just like, oh my god, sarimi, that's a sarimi. Oh my god, grab this man. He looks like a sarimi sushi maki kaki. Or something like that, like maki toki, sushi yappy. Hookers beating Duha with a tuna fish, yeah. Hookers beating Duha with an anchovy, just one. But it's funny, at some parts I legit felt bad near, and I was like, come on man, not again. I don't want to lose everybody or some useless shit. Exactly. That was my main point, by the way. Like that, like it's literally useless. It's stupid. It's practically about nothing, and it's like, I do see that like I can easily, right? In some situations, I can easily trigger you. That's what I've noticed. With me saying that, like, I already knew kind of like what will happen, more or less. I said like, what are you on about? But that wasn't even trolling. That was like, I was just like, I felt like we already talked about the situation, and kind of like it was like already like it's a done deal, and it was clear already like what happened. And and like what's really going on, right? So I felt like that it was over, but somehow something that you said, I felt like it wasn't necessarily over for you, and that maybe you were like, like, and like it was weird to you or some shit like that, and that's why I was like, or I just felt that like it wasn't done necessarily like for you. It wasn't done, right? And that's why I thought like, like why are you keep talking about that clown topic, right? And that did like trigger a response about like calm down, calm down, you calm down, dumbass. Yeah, calm down, dumbass. It's like Mon is like shooting a goddamn like fucking shotty immediately, like he has it like on his back, and if the right words are said or something, or if the right action is like made, then you're gonna trigger his like special ability, which is like like a shotgun shots. Has a good spread. It has a good spread. Yeah, that was my bad. Shit. Here we go again. Jen saying, I don't know what you're talking about, trying to get to me. But that's the thing, like, see? Why is that a trigger to you when it's just like some kind of like throwaway message, or more or less it's just like, it's not even like, I guess like the wording, like, like it starts up like, right, like a conflict, right? But at the same time, it's not really like saying anything about you, right? Like, I'm not saying that you're a clown, or that you're yapping, or that like I'm not even saying anything about you specifically. Just the topic is like something that that I would like that I would put to sleep, and that's it, right? I'm not necessarily like saying that you're dumb, you're a clown or shit like that, right? with those words, I haven't really said anything yet. So it's kind of interesting then that like as the conversation is going, right? You throw in stuff which is like supposedly, right? You throw in stuff that is like supposedly, right? I don't know, maybe like on someone it works, right? Obviously like on some kind of forums, right? If you would say stuff like that, you know, like, and you know someone a little bit, you know, like, it would probably affect them. But like when you say stuff like, oh, you know, like your messages are shit, or like if you would like throw in a little bit of like, oh, your YouTube videos, nobody watches them. Like you make YouTube video, like an hour long or like hours long video, and nobody fucking watches it for no one to see. Jesus. I mean, I do care about the viewership, right, to an extent, but I'm also realistic because, like, I'm not thinking that, like, oh, it's gonna pop off, right? It's basically more or less just because I feel like I want to make a video, I make it, and that's it, right? It's not that word or sentence triggers me, but I thought you were annoyed a bit when you said clown topic, and then any sentence afterwards I thought you were either trolling or annoyed at me. So in return, I got annoyed. So you can see why it didn't work out. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, wait a minute. So, like, have you reinstated yourself in Discord? What's going on with Discord, brother? I didn't see you online. Add me, cause like I can't find it anywhere. You can add me on Discord for like a friend request, cause I don't see that shit. Oh shit, it's the popcorn emote on YouTube. I saw it, man. I saw it. But either way, like, see how easygoing I am. Like, I'm really, you know, like it's. I feel like it's hard to be mad at me, right? Because I don't really, you know, how to say this. I mean, am I really calling like some people that I'm talking to, you know, and they're not some just random idiot, right, online? Am I really calling them like idiots or losers or anything? Like, do I like fucking, you know, name them names or say anything bad about them? No, not really. You know, kind of like that. I don't know. You just keep in mind that like I'm not really trolling you, brother. Like, just keep that in mind. And that's like, if you use that like as a compass or something like that, you will like it will never kind of like lead you astray, right? It's like that star, right? It's like the northern star, right? Even when annoyed, you are a decent person in chat. Well, when we talked about like the whole thing, you know, right? Like when I tried to like resolve that issue or whatever, when it was like last time, I really tried to, you know, to be as respectable as possible, right? Because I'm not trying to, and that's why I'm in the conversation, right? I'm not really trying to, to make it worse. I was trying to, to reason, But again, if I really convince you to try to anger me, then, or anyone else for that matter, then I talk shit, and 90% of the time don't even think about what I say. I just try to know you back. Obviously won't work. It's never working. It's never working. I don't think anything about that. It's just funny to me. Like, you're saying some stuff like, that I write like stupid messages and nobody sees them. Well, that's not even true. Some people did see those. I saw the reactions, brother. I had like 100 reactions on the last message. More than many messages of mine combined. Gotta be honest. Although, let's be real. X is full of bots. So probably a bunch of bots like saw my message. Yeah, I don't even know like what percentage of those reactions are real people. That like platform is screwed. It's literally so screwed. There's like so much AI shit there and bot shit. It's insane. You can't even. I feel like you can't even like talk like mad shit there, and it's kind of fine now that it's just that's how like fucked it is on Twitter. I feel like it devalued the whole experience on Twitter, or like just devalued the platform. Mario. Some kind of Mario followed me 17 days ago. Can you believe it? I wonder if it's the real plumber boy from the game. But either way, I'm only serious to a point, right? Like, if there's a situation, right, and I feel like, I'm acting, like in a stupid way or whatever, I'm just like explaining things because, I just try to make it clear, like what happened and what is the situation, and so there would be like no misunderstandings. So if there are like further misunderstandings after, like, I'm trying to shed light to the whole situation, right? Then then I don't really know what to do than to repeat myself, right? And maybe that's like a stupid part, but like I just don't know what else to do, like I'm just like trying to stick to my point only because like what else do I do, right? If it would be a random, then like I would just shit on him, right? But if it's you, then I'm just like sticking to my point. Like I'm just like saying like, well, there's just this window shit, like and sometimes I don't see messages, and that's just it, I don't really know what else to say about that. But yeah, you're right. I'm trying to take religion more serious, and yet I make the same things as before. I don't know. This right here just proves that you're like, you're doing it better, But then again, like, if my behavior is like triggering, like, are you really at fault, right? Well, let's say not at fault, but let's say like, if you actually, like at anything you got like mad, or like, for instance, like if you actually mean that like, oh, I would beat you to death or something like that, right? Like if you even like, even a little bit, like you meant, even a little bit, you meant that shit, then like, I don't know, like it's, how to say this? It's not like it's not realistic, right? Like a person can beat another person to death, right? Like it's not like I don't believe that, right? It's possible, right? I can go ape shit on someone. You can go ape shit on someone. I mean, it's possible. I'm not saying that like that is not true, right? But at the same time, right? It's like, is it something that you really want to say? Because it kind of like, when you say those words, right? You kind of like partially, right? Like one thing is like just, like thinking something. Another thing is like saying something. And then there's like the next step of like doing something, right? It's like, the more it's closer to that step, right, of like doing something, it's just, it's not really, good, right? Like one thing is like saying it as a joke, right? But like other thing is like, saying it like, and for it to sound like you're meaning it, right? That's how I would say that, like, yeah, like taking like a religion serious, and at the same time, like saying some stuff, I don't think that like goes like along really well, right? It wasn't because I felt like trolling or annoyed myself. I 100% thought it was the way I described it was, but it wasn't so overall. It was dumb bullshit on my part. That's why I said it would be a huge waste of friendship. I felt bad realizing that, yeah, or there was no trolling or genre or anything important being discussed. If we're being real, do you feel like me talking more about this, me acting like this afterwards, where I'm like banning you, ignoring what you've said, like kind of like deleting your whole effort, after a certain point, right? Because I feel like it's like, it doesn't really add anything to the conversation, or maybe I feel like it's funny, or maybe I feel like it's like I'm not gonna see or learn anything new from what I read, basically. Like basically because I already know your point, right? And that's why I feel like that sometimes, right? Even though like you've made an effort like to write all of those messages, I felt like maybe there's like no points of me even seeing them, right? The ones that I didn't see when I like deleted your messages, right? Or when I banned you, right? And also like me talking after like this whole thing, does it help, or it gets you even more mad, or like does it help like to kind of like like maybe like take a step back, or like does it change anything, or it just makes you more reeled up or something? I don't know, man. Because I'm talking about this whole matter afterwards is because like, well, first of all, I'm talking about my friend, and second, it's like it's like an interesting occurrence, right? Like something happened, and like there's just a lot of things that I can say about it, right? So like me discussing it or just like talking about it is just something that I like to do. It's like analyzing the situation, right? It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. And I feel like it does have like some value, I guess. But when I said I would beat your ass or kill you, wouldn't really annoy, just shit talk. Yeah. Can't say that it's shit talk. Yeah. Who knows? But I'll tell you this, dude. If I would die by your hand, just saying, just throwing it out there, I wouldn't care, Because dying doesn't really mean anything, brother. Dying serves no purpose. It's like, and dying is also like not the worst thing that it can happen to you. It's basically like, you know, you have a life, and then you go into unlife, right? Then you go, and then you don't exist anymore, right? You existed, then you don't exist, and it's like, it's just over. That's it. There's nothing. Although, like, some people believe that there's something, I'm not believing that there's something. I feel like there's just nothing. You're you're right, and now I didn't mean it. I had worse arguments with my friends, and we never hit each other once in all our lives. But we really, you never hit any of your friends? Only once I had it with Callum. Like, he said something, then I said something, and I felt like he talked too much shit. And then I said, like, if you want, we can step outside, you know, like, I can come out, and you can come out, and we can fucking, you know, like, go at it. If you want, we can go outside, and we can deal with this. If you want, like, we can go and, like, fucking fight. No problem, right now. Let's go. And, nobody went. But I would go seriously, you know. I would definitely go. But it was like, basically, it was up to him. It was up to him. Like, it had nothing to do with, like, what I want or anything like that. But, like, it's shit talk, because I've had way worse moments with my friends in real life where both sides were really angry. Well, that's the thing. I feel like I'm not like any of your friends. I'm not really trying to get under your skin, right? Because, like, I really kind of, how to say this? I gain nothing out of it. Like, there's enough like, there are enough of losers on the internet for me to fucking, you know, like, to mess around with, right? There's enough of losers out there, dude, for me to, like, get, you know, to shit on, to dunk on, to humiliate, to berate, to fucking lecture and stuff like that, right? There are so many of these idiots online. It's insane. So, like, the last thing that I would do, you know, is, like, get under your skin with something like, oh, hey, you're, like, doing some shit, you know, like, you're a complete moron, and you have an ego. That's the thing. Like, I don't think I have, like, ever said to you, until you start the conversation, I don't think I have, like, ever said to you that you have an ego or something like that. Wait, what is this trinket? Do I already have it? Huh. What the fuck is this trinket? Yo, what the fuck? That's insane. 510 stamina. Yo. You will have to get this, brother. It's fucking 510 stamina. 510 stamina. And 510 stamina is like fucking like 5,000 health? Yeah, it is. It's a level 85 fucking trinket. Not bad. Yeah, I didn't read that yet. I didn't get to that yet, dude. As for ego thing, I was just talking about my own thing, you know. As for ego thing and insults, you don't have to believe me, but it's a literal brain dead thing. The ego and personal insults is something me and my buddies do or did a lot in the past, so it's kind of a habit when annoyed or raging. But that's why we never fought or harmed each other, because we knew Even during our worst fights, it was bullshit. See, I got to that, but like I had to like first stop talking about the thing that I was talking about, because like I didn't just want to like stop mid sentence or something, right? Or I'm just gonna forget the thought later on, right? I can't possibly remember to come back to this thought. Uh-huh. Okay. Read me in the ear. Callum didn't fight you. I think you might have beaten his ass in a few seconds. Lamau saying with Dutch, I'm glad we didn't fight. Whether he or me loses or wins, fight won't matter, but I bet we would regret it. I don't know if I would regret it, but like now that I'm like older and like an adult, honestly, if somebody really wants it, right? If somebody really wants it, right? Then why not give it to them, right? Kind of like that. I mean, why not, right? The only thing that like I find problematic is people like, like the whole thing of like, you can't hurt anyone anymore. You cannot hurt them, like even if they're like a piece of shit or something like that, and you always get in trouble, right? I hate that shit. That shit just like creates like so many stupid situations. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like it's not just like some people that are like real. They're so problematic that it's not just something that somebody said online. They're literally just like pieces of shit, like that I meet IRL, right? And they say or do stuff that is, that is at least like, like punishable a little bit, with a little bit of smacking at least. At least, not by death, of course, but. Yeah. Punishable by death. Somebody like fucking like stepped on my shoe and I'm like cutting their head off the next second. While wearing like a goddamn fucking while wearing the hats, right? And using like a huge katana. Just like a long ass katana that is like fucking longer than me. Taller than me. Well, that's the thing, like whenever I am trolling or insulting you, like I always make it clear that it's a joke, or rather like you hear the tone and you understand that I'm just like joking around, right? Like I'm not really like just saying, right? Like usually it's pretty clear, right? It's not like, it's not like I don't do that, right? But it's always kind of clear that when it is. So in this situation, for instance, like if it's not clear, I mean like it just wasn't that. Not just you, dude. There are many people that I supposedly insulted, if those can even be called insults. You know, I don't think like calling somebody a fucking anchovy counts as a fucking insult. Like, we know that Duhu is not an anchovy, right? Right? Do we know that Duhu is not an anchovy? Wait a minute. Wait. I don't think we know that, like, Duhu is an anchovy or not. Shit. Okay. Wait a minute. Did I? Wait a minute. Oh, you. Fuck, you even wrote that. I wouldn't care either, brother, if you killed me, but I know you wouldn't do that in general, except pedos. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, I would only, like, kill someone to protect myself if that would be, like, you know, needed, right? Or if it wouldn't matter anymore what I do, right? Then maybe I would kill someone that is like, that is just like a piece of shit or in my way or something like that, and like everything is just, you know, falling apart. You know, I don't know, maybe it's like maybe it's the apocalypse or something, you know, like happening, and that's it, and nothing matters anymore, you know, and there's just this motherfucker that is like, it's like kill or be killed, you know, just, you know, some kind of like weird situation. Or it's like the war, you know, like war came to my country, for instance. If that would happen, then yeah, you know, also a possibility for some kills or be killed. But otherwise, yeah, I can't really do something that is a taboo or like against the law in the community. And that's all I can say. Because if it would be like medieval times or some shit like that, you know, if some motherfucker would say, like, you know, like, would say that he like touched a kid or something like that, and I would have a problem with that, that pedo would be already like fucking dead, you know. If it would be medieval times, right, and I would have like a sword, that pedo would already be like fucking, you know, headless. Oops. Oh, whew. The messages didn't go anywhere. But I want to clarify, when you jerk or insult me, I never had issue specific cases like today. I should just take a step back and rethink it, or realize it's not what it seems. Yeah, like shit is just not even like serious like that, right? And it's you know, situations like these, they're really simple. They happen to me every day, you know, like with my family or whatever. There's some kind of like, you know, stuff going on, and like I just have to like explain stuff or like reason with them, or, you know. It's like, it's pretty common, and it's pretty simple usually. That's what followers kind of had. Yes, I find them hilarious. You didn't really insult them, but berated them. Sometimes they're giving them a mocking tone, which to them was probably more insulting than a real insult. Yeah, like with fish. Kind of like Lawlish and his shit build. The thing is that like I rethought what could Lawlish actually gain out of the build, And is it really possible for I'm Lawlish to deal the amount of damage that he was talking about? But with the weapons, and I did ask him specifically, I asked him, so like with the same weapons or something like that, with like the fucking with the fucking component for which you deal damage, right? With a shard of Baronov, you're telling me that you're dealing like fucking 500, like 500,000 of DPS. And he said yes. I was like, dude, this motherfucker is just talking nonsense. He's just talking out of his like ass. Now that's like a real fucking clown right there. Like, what is he on about? 500,000 DPS? Yeah, right. You're like fucking running Inquisitor for 20% reduction to enemy vitality resistance just because of your 2 weapons. So he's just running a second class Inquisitor only because of the weapons that dictates that he can take Inquisitor, but without those weapons, kind of like Inquisitor doesn't really have reduction to enemy resistance. So it's complete dog shit. No, he said DPS. I asked him a few times. I asked him, like, obviously not per hit or something, or like, you know, like I did try to, you know, like get to the fucking bottom, right? That's why I ask questions, right? And when I ask like for confirmation, when I ask for a picture, or when I ask for something, like some kind of like show me like a video or something, or like you know, prove to me that it's like actually right, he couldn't, you know. And that's the thing, like I know that he can't because it's not fucking possible. It's, how do you even find that shit? Just a sec. Fucking Discord. Wait, try searching Archenome. That's my name right now. Can you actually find me if you try to find like Archenome? Is that possible? Or not possible? That you know more about or no is not really true. Village enjoys the game, that's good though, but it's kind of funny when he tries to convince you of something that you know more about or no is not really. Yeah. I don't know what he was trying to do. Like, what was the point of that? Just to flex on me? Like, just to make me feel, you know, like inferior or something? Or he's like, yeah, it's literally like a flex. Like, hey, you know, I did the build and you're wrong. You know, I'm, you know, kind of like, you know, I'm dealing like so much fucking DPS. It worked out. Yeah, like, Jesus, dude. I wouldn't respect him or disrespect him either way. Like a build is not gonna make me respect or disrespect. Yeah, and it's funny that it never works with me because I just say like, well, if I'm wrong, right, about this, which I'm probably not, but let's say I am, right? It's gonna come to me as a fucking surprise, right? It's just gonna be interesting, right? I'm gonna be surprised, and that's great, right? It's just gonna be something new that I learn. And if not, then I told you so, motherfucker. Yeah, a mediocre build that is dealing damage more than he does. While he's sitting with fucking 100k DPS that it gets cut basically he gets like, instead of like a full cake, he gets like a small little piece, because like that shit is just get like, you know, beaten into the ground with the amount of resistances that the enemy has. So with his two weapons, and those are shit weapons, he just gets, right, like the value of those weapons, and the value of Inquisitor is practically just one thing, and it's 20% reduction to enemy resistance. So basically, if the enemy has like 80% resistance, it's going to be like minus 20%. There's going to be 60%, right? And that's it. Well, I did what I did. I took Shaman as the second class, and I just used one ability, same as he, but he uses like some kind of like Word of Pain from Inquisitor. I used the Warring Swarm, and the Warring Swarm reduces by 55%. It reduces the enemy resistance. So from like 80, for instance, resistance, it would go like to 25%, right? And on top of that, the Warring Swarm can be increased by 10 points, which would give it like, which would make it not 55% reduced vitality resistance, but fucking 65. So it's even better because it can be boosted, and his shit cannot even be boosted because it's fucking a bonus on a weapon. It's not a skill that can be boosted. So like his shit was like totally wrong. He wanted to be a shit vitality auto attacker, and that's why he gets shit. He gets nothing. Because it's a stupid build. I can make the build, and my version of the build, is just gonna be way better. It's just gonna be like way better. Like if he's gonna be like dealing like total, not like character sheet damage, but like just total, if he's gonna be dealing like fucking 50,000 damage per second, I'm probably gonna be dealing close to 200. It's just gonna be that much better. That's all I can say, you know. Yeah, I can just do that, right? I can just do that, and then send him just like in a whisper, you know, if he didn't block me yet. That would be funny. But like 500,000, that's the thing. 500,000 fucking DPS with a shit fucking bonus on a weapon, which basically affected his like second class choice. That was like such a stupid decision. Inquisitor isn't even like for his like Inquisitor poorly supports vitality damage, and Inquisitor poorly supports melee auto attackers. He just does. You can make a build with him, but for the most part it's just garbage. Although there's like another build like where it does work, but not for this. Today, by the way, I've sent my kid to the kindergarten, even though like she's still like kind of like has like some like snot in her nose or something like that, right? And like oh yeah, I didn't come to that. Just a sec. Fuck. Wait a minute, let me just time. Is it like this? Okay, is it like this? Can I? Is it gonna work like this? Is that you? Did I type it right? Mon with like underscore. Even though I've seen your nickname like a million times, is that you? Did I type right the goddamn fucking, you know, the name? Did it work? Oh no, that's not you. That's some kind of weirdo with like a weird picture. I'm actually gonna show you on screen. Dude. That doesn't look like you at all. Look at this. Who is this guy? Who is this? Oh my god. I don't know, it's a cherry. I think it's a goddamn cherry, brother. How do you do this? Enables or security, delete accounts. No user profile. Display name, username. It's a gay cherry? Yes, it's a lesbian gay cherry. Yeah. It's many things in one. Okay. Blue number sign? Fuck. Above display name. Oh, okay. Display name. Okay, above display name. Ah, this one. Oh shit. It still is this one. What the fuck? It's Hogsy hashtag 1597. This still exists? What the fuck? Dude, I was looking at this and I felt like it's just like, yeah, I thought it's just like a fucking picture and that's it. Like it's like small icon that doesn't fucking have a meaning anymore. That's what I thought. I was like, what the hell is this shit? Like, where's the goddamn like real hashtag? See? It worked. It worked on me, brother. I literally thought that it means nothing anymore. They got me. They fucking got me. Christ. Okay, so Hogsy, it's like this. Wait. Hogsy hashtag 1597. Yeah, of course it failed because it's fucking me. Of course it failed. Of course it failed, you faggots. The only thing that is annoying today, right? The only thing in the evening that is annoying is a little bit of toothache. Just a little bit of fucking toothache. That's the only annoying thing. Everything else is like, is either alright or good or, decent. Oh! That's right! That's right! Oh my god. Oh wait, I've blocked you? Ah! I already forgot that I blocked you. Oh shit. Man, I was so fast with those blocks. I felt like... What is it? Toothache? Toothache? What is a toothache? It's when you're like tooth aches. Seems like stomach ache or like headache or anything other ache. You said something annoying in evening and said fake something? Oh! Yeah, it sounds like fake. No. Yeah, too fake. I meant I meant like toothache. Fake. It literally sounds like too fake. Like what the fuck? Shit, man. Goddamn misunderstandings. I'm gonna take out my gun and shoot them in the face. I'm gonna choke them out. I'm gonna choke them out like the whore that I fucked yesterday, right in the goddamn pussy, with a broken off broom that I bought in Walmart on Black Friday. Well, actually, it was regular Friday, but there were a lot of blacks there. Yeah, toothache is a bitch. I'd rather have headache or backache. I'd rather have no ache. But backache, yeah, backache is I feel like backache or anything really that is not close to your like brain center or whatever, to your like fucking noggin, right? To your fucking head. It's just easier to deal with. That's how I feel about it. Like even if it hurts or it's like annoying or whatever, it's just easier. Hey pussy boy, I know you're busy reading chat on stream trying to convince yourself you were right or some weirdo bullshit. This is a real cause of garbage. Bullshit, weirdo bullshit, but never talk or contact me again. Ah, okay. Especially not because of some Zod that talks in your chat. Most likely person was in desperate attempt to talk to me. Oh, let's read it actually. You know, you're saying that it's normal, so I guess we can read it then. Okay. By the way, 2 weeks back, no wait, 3 weeks back, when there was that Zod boy, by the way, he asked me if I was a real Russian, and I read like some message out loud, like his messages, right? And I read them out loud and super fucking fast that I wasn't even impressed myself. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even talk Russian that much, you know? Like, how the fuck did I talk that fast? But it was like, you know, like it was so fucking fast, right? It was fucking crazy. Okay, you're saying like, okay. I don't say anyways, I just said it because it was not, why not, but that dude was a real randomer and it seems he got banned, so a troll? What do you mean he got banned? By me? I did ban him, I think. Or you mean off of Twitch? How can you see that? How can you know that? Yeah, how do you learn that? That someone is banned on Twitch, perma. Uh-huh. And I wonder why he got banned, though. Oh, okay. Wait, you're fine with me reading this, right? Like, it's fine. Because, like, you know, I don't want to, like, I don't want to be annoying, right? Like, if I'm going to, like, read it out loud. Like, I just said it as a joke, right? But also, like, you know, I kind of, like, you know, I kind of, like, I summarize it for myself at the same time, you know. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So yesterday, seems it's only on your Chrome stream. Twitch is fine. On Chrome stream, what's that? Either way, not all good then. If it's only there, does Streamlabs then? Stream over. Cheers, man. Cheers, man. See you tomorrow. Might have been also like 12-hour stream on YouTube, and then they complain because it's more than 12 hours in the form of dumb mastery. Oh, they're complaining in the form of dumb mastery. Okay. I get it, Archenome. I get it. You checked only Twitch at that point. Also, hey, man. I'm gonna do. Oh, you didn't say hey back. What the fuck? What an asshole. Jesus. I'm gonna. And he kisses his mother with that mouth. Somebody who doesn't say hey back. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna do groceries when I'm back. We can play today. I'm home too. Okay. It's for enchanting. If you're available, sure. I thought if you're not playing busy or whatever, then if I can level enchanting skill. It's actually funny that you said like also wouldn't be better to play that character together, but up to you really. Maybe you have things to do. Yeah. You know. I just like today in the morning I felt like while you're busy, I can just level enchanting sometimes. Because, like, I feel like, you know, like, that is just something that I can do there. You know, would be nice. Because, like, yeah, enchanting is pretty useful. Because, I mean, you're not logging in, like, for a lot anyways. So, you know. There's a lot of time for me, you know, to do the enchanting shit. You didn't see my messages, I guess. Not really skipping co-op. Not really skipping co-op. Oh, I just said like not really skipping co-op. I'm just doing the enchanting shit on YouTube. Yeah, I figured. Well, I'm tapping here. But did you see them? And then I'm not answering the question. Are you back already then? Hour past kind of. Either way, if you're free, you can log in and we can roll. Oh, this moment here, I actually thought that you wrote 1 hour back. That was kind of weird. I saw like 16 at first, not 17. And I thought that like already an hour passed and you maybe already came back. Right? So I was like, you know, like, and then I'm like looking at it again and I'm like, no, it's 5. And I'm like, shit, okay. That was kind of weird because like at first I've seen like 16. I was like, okay. This actually sounds funny. Are you back already then? Like 2 minutes passed. The guy didn't even go like fucking AFK. Didn't go anywhere. Are you already back? Are you back already, dude? An hour passed, kind of. Jesus Christ. We can roll already, dude. Dude, you already bought the groceries, don't you know? Check your fucking, you know, like check your fucking bag or something, or your body bag. They're there. The groceries are there. They're in your butthole, you freak. You already been there. You already went. LMAO, bro, can you say yes or no? Can you see the YouTube messages? Otherwise, I might be tapping for nothing there. No, they're always there. Has it ever been with YouTube that your messages don't go through? Like on Kick. I don't use Kick. Well, that's not true anymore. No, in this case, you just didn't read chat. Wait, or on Mixer? LMAO, I read chat just now. When it was actually free to read it. But check Discord first. Because it's in another window. And main chat box gets resetted, by the way. Not quite a tap while you were back in the game. And moving around. If I don't have it focused. So I didn't know if you didn't see them or ignore them, etc. I was looking only at Discord, mates. I don't know what you're on about and why you keep talking about this clown topic. I'm back now. Calm down, you dumbass shit, you freak, you piece of fucking garbage. I'm mansplaining to you why I thought that. Okay? I'm mansplaining this shit. Listen to me. You better listen to me. Before I moved for a second, but wasn't really here. Oh, okay. No need to make an elephant out of a mosquito. Yeah, that would be like fucking gruesome. Imagine like a goddamn like fucking mosquito and morphing into an elephant, but it's like a really disgusting transition. You don't have to explain exactly. I don't know why you're still talking about it. I don't care to talk about it, do you? Weird, but okay, whatever you say. I actually could have stopped here, kind of. But when you said weird and whatever, I was like, oh, okay. Then I'm just gonna continue. I was busy for 95% of the last 20 minutes and I got back, so kind of AFK, so weird, yes. You said you don't care and still keep talking about it. Weird indeed. Exactly, because you seem to not stop talking about it, but... No, you're talking about it. No, you're the one who's talking about it. Oh shit, we're talking about it. Stop it. Stop. When it's done, it's done. You don't have to call it weird. Yeah, except you typed as much or more than I did about this topic. Oh shit. Now we're like having like a goddamn like fucking we're like having like a competition, like who types more. Because that's always like, I don't know. Weird, but okay, whatever you say. Oh, I was like imitating you. Yeah. It is weird that you get annoyed by it, so drop it then if it annoys you. Not annoyed, but thanks for assuming my feelings. Yeah, this is where confusion came from. I thought you were either serious or trolling and I went with it as a dumbass. I don't think you're necessarily a dumbass. It's just, it's just a conversation. It's just a regular conversation that people have on the street, like Frank and some kind of Charlie, like meet up, they're both friends. And that's the conversations that they have. Like, hey dumbass, and the other guy says like, what's up? Hey dumbass. That's how they start a conversation. Frank and Charlie, yeah, they're not, like two guys, they're just like two fucking monkeys that like escaped the zoo. Clearly annoyed, either way, AFK. Okay. When I came home, all I saw was popcorn emote, and immediately, this is here where I'm explaining the situation. That basically how it is. You don't have to back pedal or justify. Oh, actually, it's written paddle. That's strange. I didn't even notice that. Might have also fucking commented on the whole situation. Of pedal being written wrong. That would be an interesting, it would be pretty interesting if I would point that out. You don't have to back paddle or justify why you raged there for a moment. It's fine, and it's fine to admit fuck up time to time, bro. Never rage though. I was just chatting with you, not even asking shit, but you kind of raged there for some odd reason. Yeah, dude, you fucking, you solved me. I'm raging every second of my life, and whenever, like, I'm dealing with my fucking family, Christ, these bitches, they better not say anything wrong, right? Or I'm just gonna, one of these days, man, one of these days. Oh shit, it's I'm Lawlish in the chat. Dude, it's I'm Lawlish in the chat with 500,000 DPS. Yo, dude, I'm Lawlish. I actually wanted to ask you, and I wanted to apologize to you. Like, last time, I was like so insincere, or like, I was just weird. I'm sorry, like, you're right. Like, your build is pretty good, and I was just being petty. Like, I just wanted to apologize and say that, like, I was being petty, I was being weird, and like, you're doing great, and like, I'm sure your build works the way you say it does, and like, I'm just, yeah. Probably like by this time you got even better gear, and now it deals like more than 500,000 of DPS. I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's probably amazing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. Like, sometimes I act like I know, shit about this game, but like, clearly, it doesn't seem like I do. It doesn't seem like I do. Yo, I was just chatting with you, not even asking shit, but you kind of raged there for some odd reason. But keep saying, okay, never rage, but keep saying such nonsense. LMAO, Christ mate, you're making it weird. Difference between you and me. Oh shit, Man is explaining the difference. I can admit being wrong, okay? I can. Okay? But you, for you, it's a real struggle, it seems. Weirdo. Fuck. I'm calling my mom. I better tell her I'm a weirdo so she would know. She needs to know. My mom needs to know that I'm a fucking weirdo. That I like put like tampons up my ass. That like I run around like naked in the streets. Like that I like trip over, and like policemen beat me with like. With their like batons, and they also taser me, right? And also like, like instead of like helping some kind of old lady to cross the street, I just like, drop kick her in the back, and then laugh hysterically until like policemen taser me and hit me with batons. Yeah. And also eat like soup with like fucking chopsticks, and I wipe my ass. Well, actually I don't wipe my ass. I just like walk around with a huge shit stain on my pants, right? And instead of like instead of drinking water, I just drink my own like piss. Like weird. I'm a fucking weirdo. Just saying, like, I need to let my mom know that, like, I'm a goddamn weirdo. Love you, Reloge. It's the best shit I've ever seen for at least 20 minutes. Oops, he's gone, poor kid. I did all that and it's still normal compared to Dukakun. Dude. It's like he's like on another level. It's like, it's like me, it's like those pictures, right? It's like me, I'm like just like a tiny speck or some kind of shit, or just like something insignificant, and he's like, like the cosmos or something, right? It's like those pictures where you see like, like a brain and a person, and the brain inside of a person's head, and it's like, thinking some kind of like insane shit, right? I don't even remember what the meme was, right? But it's basically like some statements on one side, and on the other side is the guy, is the stupid ass, comic like. Exactly, he's like this entity, cosmic being made from cringe and poop. Yeah, cringe. Duke invented cringe. That's how cringe he is. Types wall of text to justify some bullshit. Huh? I did explain about the why. There was no being wrong or right there. Yeah, because I'm not gonna accept some crap that I didn't cause or do in the first place. The way you typed this out, it's like you blame me somehow for it. Oh, okay. I don't know where you're starting this clown shit right now, but K. Because you started in the first place, never blamed. Don't be ignorant. Lel, but you did keep talking about it. Did you trolling? I gotta be honest, you got me with this one. Like, after all of that, then you ask a question. Dude, you trolling or what? I don't get it, man. Are you trolling or what? I don't understand. I don't understand what is going on. I'm being in danger. I feel danger. Seemed you care a lot. You the one talking about it. Anybody else care more? No, you care more. Since you write entire text about it, so what gives? Okay. When I just replied to your messages that I saw on the pic, feeling mad today, slept little? No, I don't. I see that you keep coming back to it, Lil, but you kept writing nonsense about me being mad. Doesn't really do anything. Gonna keep playing, I guess. Well, I always knew you had some ego in you, but this is pathetic, honestly, even when you can read back Shan and see you're at fault here. But yeah, keep playing, man. Best to drop this. At fault? Like there was a problem now. So drop it. That was genuinely funny to me. Because I said, like, drop it, but, like, I meant it in a way that, like, you drop it, but not like I'm dropping it. Like, if you want, you can drop it, but it doesn't mean that I'm dropping it. This doesn't imply it. And then when you came back to this point that supposedly I also said that I'm gonna drop it, it was really funny to me. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. What? No, I was actually... Do you see me, like... Do you see how I can, like, keep going about, like, anything for, like, hours? It's like... I don't really care to drop anything, I can just, I can drop it, I cannot drop it, and it won't matter to me, right? I can just talk, or I cannot talk. It's like... But if it's interesting to me or it's amusing to me, I can talk about it a lot. Like I'm Lalish's build. That shit's insane, dude. I tried it the other day and I almost reached 1 million DPS. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Oh my fucking god. And I'm not even maxed out on that fucking character. It's insane. That's why I'm telling you, Lalish actually is so good. He's so good, amazing. The shit he thinks about did or at least that one build, next level shit. Yeah. We need to pay him so he would coach us. So he would live coach us in this game. Grim Dawn, that is. Of course he made it, wait a minute. At fault here, but yeah, keep playing. At fault? Like there was a problem, let's drop it. Of course, you made it a problem. You keep making it a problem. You asked me about YouTube. I didn't want to answer. You keep saying about me being mad. I'll say it again. I know when I'm at fault. When you are at fault, it's very hard for you to admit that for some reason or whatever. And I'm not gonna take your bullshit. I don't know, man. Fuck that. You keep typing some clown shit. You're the clown this time, so fuck off and play your shit game, you nigger. At fault? Can't even keep your fucking mouth shut when you say you don't care or want to drop it? LMAO, don't tell me what to do, maybe? Listen to your own words then. When you said this, I immediately thought, but you don't talk, you just type. I immediately thought that, even though like that doesn't really mean anything because that's just the way we communicate. But like still, I immediately thought that like, but you're not even talking. I'm not listening to anyone else besides my own voice. Fault is when something actually happened. You keep using the word like actually something important and bad happened. Nothing bad or important happened, but it's clearly you talk out of your ass right now. Christ, what are you on about, mate? So why not just drop it as you said? You keep going. Oh, yeah, the drop thing. The drop thing. I don't know, man. Someone who's hell-bent on claiming I'm mad is definitely not talking out of his ass. Oh, this was me, like, kind of like messing around, like being sarcastic. Yeah, I don't know, man. Someone who's hell-bent on claiming I'm mad is definitely not talking out of his ass. I love these kinds of fucking sentences. They're really funny. Fine, you're not mad. But you definitely talk shit right now. Okay, thanks, because that's how it was from the beginning. No shit, I'm pointing it out, but you make a clown show about it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Mon is doing type proofing, dude. This is like, like fixing mistakes. Pure cinema. Cinema. Don't know why would you throw in your assumption about me feeling like that. That's what's weird. You focus too much on the mad or annoyed part. Even if that's not the case, who cares, man? What I should focus on then? You just derail shit as always. You tell me derail what? Tell me what's the issue. You are the issue. Got it? No. You tell me what I did wrong. Fuck your ego. Just read the chat if you can't figure out. This was also like fucking funny, dude. Pure cinema. When you said like don't have to choose shit for you, you said just read back chats. And then literally, and this has happened like so many times, I'm telling you this is really funny. And I hope you see it that way, because I see it that way. When you say something like this, and then you like, and you go and you do the thing that you kind of like imply that you're not gonna do, right? Like, because he said like, don't have to choose shit for you, and then you post the goddamn picture. Jesus Christ. Shit. I'm not joking when I say when I talk shit, I don't think quite literally. Yeah. Just read back chat. Yeah, that's why like in some of the conversations when you were like actually like trolling me or something like that, it happened like often when I'm like just, like I'm just being me and I'm just doing the same fucking thing, and you're like, even if you say something, I'm like, if I try to address it or like try to like reason with you, like I just understand that there's like I mean they're just obviously flaws, because this is just like this is just shitting. This is not really, like something that's been like heavily thought through, right? It hasn't been cooked yet. It hasn't been cooked. But I tell you, man, like, now every time I go out, I feel so good these days, like when I'm playing Grim Dawn and I walk out, right? And I'm letting know everyone, how good I'm feeling, and I'm only have and I'm just thankful to I'm Lawless, right? Because like I've achieved like so much, playing his build. So yeah, dude, like I just when I go outside, I greet everyone, people that I don't know, like I'm saying hi, I'm smiling and saying like, how good I'm doing, like in Grim Dawn, right? Like, and I also say, like, I say it out loud, like I'm not embarrassed. I just say like that I'm Lawless's build is the best, his Vitality auto attacker is some kind of like, like next level, out of this world, like fucking basically like Destroyer 5000, World Eater, fucking some kind of fucking apocalypse crazy ass, shit, It's basically like, his build is the equivalent of a goddamn like fucking like it's basically if I would have like a nuke in my hands and I would throw it in the boss's fucking face, I would just throw a nuke in his face and it would just like, it's just like, it's like an overkill, It's like you're trying to smash like a cockroach with a mountain, And the cockroach is gonna be like probably dead before the impact, right? That's how insane it is. It's like trying to, like fucking obliterate, right? It's like trying to obliterate a fly with a goddamn bazooka, okay? It's like a fly is flying, going like, and you're just like, and the rocket like flies through the air, it's like it smashes into the fucking fly, then it flies like another fucking like a kilometer or whatever, like a goddamn mile, and the fly is like fucking dead, right? And then it like that shit like blows up, like fucking hits a tree or whatever, and it's like a huge boom, maybe like like a whole village is destroyed, right? Like and like hundreds of people dead, right? But the fly was dead like already like like 10 minutes ago or something. Have to be real, me too. Ever since I used Lawless, his Grim Dawn build, my penis grew bigger and thicker. I had a wife finally. Yeah. You got it by not posting your face in some kind of like, like Snapchat. You just posted your dick. And I'm driving in a modern BMW, and I also regrew some skull and brain pieces that is missing. You just have to smash a mere cockroach with a huge mountain instead of a breaker gold bar. Has to be a down mountain. Has to be like another planet. You basically like smack two planets together, and that is like practically equivalent to the impact that Lawless's build has on one of these puny ass bitch ass bosses in Grim Dawn. These scrawny ass fucking little yellow belly, like minuscule dick, pathetic ass bosses. Fuck you just rewriting configure, and even though I already said that I just didn't want to answer your YouTube question, but your messages being displayed or me not seeing them, because you go weird out of the blue and act you didn't, that annoys me. Okay. If I don't have it focused, yeah. I understand everything there was to say about the situation, so what do you want? I'm just talking there, and then you go drop this clown shit, then you go and on, trying to justify it with some lame wall of text. They just been being a retard for once. I didn't even see the retard part, by the way. I don't think I saw this. And call it a day, not that hard, huh? On my second monitor, hear me out. On my second monitor, don't care to hear you out. I just see one window. You made a mess out of it, now you try to bullshit your way out. If you can't admit to that, then stop talking, because you're fucking annoying. LMAO, if you think this is some kind of crazy arguing, you're insane. On my second monitor, and then I just come back to my shit. On my second monitor, I see just one window, so no, I didn't see your YouTube messages. Because it's obvious you're some obnoxious person that will go on until the other side admits defeat or being wrong. I disagree. I was looking at the Discord list and I know your shit by now. Usually I'm patient, but this time, fuck you. Discord was open, so I didn't see shit. Then you posted a pic. I replied to the pic, done deal. Who says he gets to decide what's done or not? Ego boy. I was just having normal convo. You yap about clown shit out of nowhere. Then I say fine, let's drop it. Then you type big fucking text. Try to explain some weird shit. Was it really that weird? You can't obviously drop it because you know you're somewhat in the wrong. And if you can't go, play your game and stop yapping. And if you can't, then go play and stop yapping, okay? Well, you asked me if I even see YouTube messages, and I said that I don't want to talk about it. They're there, the messages, and that's that. They're. My keyboard is fucked, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. It became sticky for some reason. Nothing more to discuss. Probably like all the jizz, like that came out of my fucking dick after I used Lolish's build for the first time, and that like just sprayed, there was basically splash damage on my fucking, on my table, right, like all over my fucking peripherals and shit like that. It was a goddamn mess. There's nothing more to discuss. Keyword screwed. Yeah, screwed by my dick, by my sperm. Oh, actually, like I saw today, like one of the. Basically, I've come like so much closer to the invitational, to the tournaments, but I still haven't seen the tournaments of Grubby's tournament, right? Because it's like I'm basically like watching the last day before, right? And today I heard like this joke, or actually it was a consequential, or like it was like it wasn't on purpose, right? He said like, what did he say? Something like that everyone gets overwhelmed or something, or sometimes, he basically said that sometimes people do need to be overwhelmed or something, or basically get like a big load of information. But after big load, there was like a small pause, and everyone like immediately like fucking reacted to that. And then, people in chat also said like, yeah, DNA information. It was kind of funny, because he also realized what he said. It was like, like he's dropping big loads on people instead of teaching them Warcraft 3. You gonna join that shit? Well, the thing is like that, like I didn't get to it yet, but like soon I'm gonna be watching tournament. Yeah, one of these days, like either like today or tomorrow, I'm already gonna be watching the tournament. It's kind of funny that like it's already over. It's already been like more than a week, right? But like I still didn't get to that. And actually, like a results, more or less, like one of the results or something like that, kind of like was spoiled to me. I don't know like the end results, but I kind of like know who's gonna be like playing in the finals. Yeah, but like that doesn't really matter to me. It still is going to be interesting, right? Because like the thing is that like I wouldn't say that it was a question to me who of these people is going to be on top. Even though like a lot of them were like more or less new to Warcraft 3, still they're like, I feel like there's like a really clear difference between all of them, more or less. So for me, it's kind of like clear who's like at the very bottom, who's like in the middle, who's like at the top, etc. So it was kind of like the supposed spoil that I've learned is not really like surprising. Like that is something that to be expected. Because those people, they're just like they're just there, and in comparison to all of the other participants, they're just way better. Kind of just like on another level. Yeah. And it's kind of sad that like it worked out like that, right? Because like I really feel like what happened is like really just some of these people just needed way more time, like or like at least like 1 extra week. Some of these people needed like 1 or 2 extra weeks to be on the same level as the as the top ones, as the top runner-ups or whatever. Yep, yeah, dumb bro, drop the topic, nothing more to say. Yeah, I did say everything there was to say about 20 minutes ago, so I don't know why you act like my like you're my GF. This was not even troll, because like sometimes, like I get in these conversations with my wife or something, like and like they're like kind of like similar sometimes, like I'm not gonna lie, it's like this, like she's saying something and then basically what happens like really often, well, not necessarily often, but this is what happens. She says something and like it's like I always have to make the effort, not always, but like a lot of times I need to make the effort to see through her like bullshit argument or whatever, or she makes an argument and I notice it that is not like correct or something like that, and I'm like picking it apart, and I'm like, the argument that you made is shit. Like sometimes I say that to her, you made a shit argument, that is not how it is, like this is true and maybe that is true, but your conclusion is wrong, right? And that happens with her like a lot of times, and you or maybe it's like with all of the women or like some of the women, I don't know, like you need to see through their bullshit, right? You need to like catch them on that and dissect that information and kind of like and put it all on the platter for them to see, so they would like admit that they're like that like it's not really like that, right? Because that's the thing, like whenever she says something like it is not necessarily true, right? When she says something like that, thing is that like I can go along with it, but at the same time I don't want to be on the losing side, because that means there's just going to be something that she's going to use against me, right? Like I don't want to have that, right? Because like if she says that there's a problem but I prove to her that it's not that much of a problem, or maybe not a problem at all, I want to rather have no problem or a little problem than what she says it is, basically, right? Kind of like that. I don't want to be on the losing side. I don't want to like, be in a bad spot, if I'm not really deserving, or whatever. So I'm gonna do anything to prove that, that is not the case. And usually that's not the case. They're constantly using, like, I don't know if it's all the women, I don't care to know if it's all the women, but I know that my woman is like fucking making up these bullshit arguments that are not necessarily completely not true, but they're all with flaws. Like, you literally constantly, you just catch them on these, like, flawed, some kind of like flawed logic, flawed like arguments. But that's the thing, like, if they just put you on the spot, they're using some kind of language, or they're, just like twisting, the narrative or something like that. They're just telling a story, and that it's not how it is. And where this is going, because, like, if they have like a problem with you, and it's not actually, and there's actually no problem, right? But they make it a problem, supposedly, right? Then obviously you do want to, like, avoid that, right? You do want to be right there. You do want to be in the right. Between me or other dudes and women in general, I'm convinced or something, right? Stick to it. But women usually make up shit just to be right unnoticed, or they add extra details that didn't happen. Yeah. Or they just jump from one point to another point, or like you're talking about one thing, they'd like then start talking about like another thing, and I'm like saying, this is unrelated. They're both unrelated. Okay? You don't have to convince me in your bullshit, because I understand that this and this has nothing to do with each other. You're such a pussy, man. Ha ha ha, whatever, man. I guess you don't know the meaning of the word pussy. Like, I really feel like you're using the word pussy like so much that like it's just like you devalued its it's devalued by your usage of it. Sometimes my sisters arguing, they're that way. It's like, ugh, yeah. You do crave it. They just there crave drama. Yeah, I so crave drama. Wait a minute. What? Yeah, I so crave drama that I finished talking about it at 17:26, and you making a deal out of it, then said I was doing just that. You did crave it. You're unable to drop it, and said I'm mad. You're either way. If you're gonna drop it for real, but I keep going to Lamau, then you're very strange. In fact, do crave drama. You keep saying it, you want the last word, says you. They're saying, ego boy, it's done, you drop it. Even when we agreed to drop it, you came back to type. Even when we agreed to drop it. Who? Who did that? I didn't agree to anything. I didn't agree to anything. Screw guys, I'm going home, and I didn't agree to anything. Screw guys. A big wall of bullshit, so stop being loud. Oh my god, tinsel stones. Tinsel stones. That was a fucking surprise. Nice. Just randomly that shit came out of my fucking throat. Oh, it also has a really nice smell. Wow. Like somebody fucking died in my throat, like inside of me. Like some kind of rat. Like I ate like I'm Lawlish's fucking build, and it just rotted there inside or something. Although I can't really imagine how something rotten already can rot again. Even yeah. I had like a tissue and just like spit it out. Huh? How do you know that you had it? It's kind of like it just like gets into your mouth at a certain point, no? Like it's like it's there and then it just comes out and then you like spit it out, no? I mean you can also like fucking eat it, but I don't know. Maybe have like tinsel stones only because like sometimes because like when I notice it when I have like chips or something, like maybe like too often or something. Like I feel like chips like do create that situation that maybe some kind of part of a chip is like stuck somewhere over there, then it's just that shit like rots or something. I don't know how that happens, but my immune system was so weak as a baby and child that I was pumped up full with medicines and needles for some years. In return, it's super solid now. Oh my god, you're like that superhuman that was made by like that was worked on by German, you know. But I don't know if that was even true. If they actually tried to like make a superhuman or some shit like that, like a super soldier. You know, I only heard the stories by germs. By germs on the German's you know, like fucking nose or something, in his nostril. Even when we agreed to drop it, it came back to type a big wall of bullshit. So stop being a liar. We agreed to drop it. This is where I'm like fucking remembering it. So you can drop it or not. If you can't, I don't know. You said to drop it. Then fuck right off. LMAO. Now who's mad? Who? You clown. Exactly. Also the whole name calling. I wonder what God thinks about that. Oof. Ooh. Ooh. Either way, enjoyed that. Some real clown shits. There was no drama. It still isn't funny that you make it a thing when it's not. Cope? Thoughts? I don't give a fuck if there's this drama or not. You are a strange person. In fact, you can never see or admit being wrong or even just drop some shit. But not as strange as I'm Lawlish, who fucking tunes into my fucking stream like 10 times over, you know, and doesn't say a goddamn fucking thing. Because he is on my stream even now, and he just listens without actually like saying anything or showing that he's there. It's kind of funny. Yeah, Lurker Chan. I'm Lalish Chan. Why are you lurking, man? President. Yeah, he's Winnie the Pooh of the stream. True. When you clearly say you don't care, your people need you, yo. Yeah, your Chinese people need you. When you clearly say you don't care to talk about, you still keep going. Wrong about what? About feeling that I don't care about a certain question and didn't care to answer it? That makes me come to the conclusion you need the last word yourself and you actually love petty drama or useless arguments. Okay. Well, they're not useless to me. That's why you post on Twitter all kinds of garbage and no one replies to. Dude, I have some likes. For your information, I have some likes on my messages. On some of them. Waste of time even talking to you. Goodbye. Okay, bye. This is like the funniest shit ever. This goodbye is like the funniest shit ever. Like this, it's funny, but this is supposed to be the end, right? This is the end, right? Goodbye, goodbye. Okay, cool. But then it's like a million messages, you know, like, yeah, goodbye, see you in 2 hours. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, sir. Good day to you too, sir. I posted for laughs. Hey, is there a Zod or Duka shit Twizzler? Get some therapy, by the way, cockroach. It's funny that I haven't read it, right? But I've told you like the same thing, right? Like just like while I was talking on stream. I like said like the same fucking thing. Oh. Good insults? I don't know, dude. Maybe it would work like on I'm Lawless or something, you know? To not be so shy or something, or like to actually say like what the hell is like going on with his build, because I'm like really interested. Did he continue his build? How is he actually doing? Is it just like fucking 100k DPS, or is it even weaker? Like what is going on? Like, you know, I can comment on that shit. I can look into it, maybe like, you know, give some comment, I mean like give some advice, etc. Like I don't have a problem with that, you know. It's not like, you know, if I'm like joking around, it doesn't mean that I'm like, you know, that I'm gonna like you know, just that supposedly like I cannot give advice, right? Like I cannot say anything worth. I can, you know. Easy. Not even speaking of us or others, but in general, being honest or truthful is better than sugarcoating shit. I find it that it's not better or anything. I can even disagree with that statement, because thing is that for some people, truth or being truthful or honest is just, you know, if they would like use that or be like that, it would fuck their whole life up, you know, and fuck up like all of their relationships. That's just because they go about, you know, like talking with people and like basically, you know, socializing with people just like in a different manner, you know, or maybe they lie something, they sugarcoat, and that's just how they do things. That's why therapy to me seems kind of crap unless you go to a genuine one. Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't know, dude, like, because like therapy is just not for me. I analyze, you know, like this shit like too much, like think about this stuff, you know, like talk about these things, so that like I'm already doing the analyzing and the talking and like putting it all, you know, out there, right, for the other participant, right, with whom I'm having like a dialogue, for them like to see. Mm. And you said like you can't her pork, right? You called her like a cancer pig, and you know, and jumped out of the window because it was like first floor or something. Because your school is boring and your question is boring, and even your face is boring. I don't know what to look at. You know, you don't have any tits, so this is kind of L. This is not lit. Yeah, with poop in your pants, you ran back into the office, you know, and called her a slut. Well, she had like her husband visit, and the husband wanted to like kick your ass, but you know smashed his balls with a goddamn like fucking knee kick. Then they made an omelet afterwards. Yeah, then, dude, then everyone happily had an omelet. You and the pair, you had like all of you like together had an omelet. That period was rather shit for at least 1 year. I felt very antisocial. I didn't feel like interacting with schoolmates or going to school. I enjoyed just gaming at home, brother. Yeah, that's just how it is. Because the thing is that like, if you don't work with kids, if you don't raise kids in a certain way, if you don't work on this whole thing of like basically not killing the interest in a kid, right, in learning things, and you kind of like you nurture this and like you basically like teach them and explain to them not to get like frustrated, you know, they're learning, they're in the process of learning, you know, and all kinds of like other like problems, right, with learning, then kind of like you have like less of a situation where just you know, people go to school and they're bored, and it's like going to like work where you don't even want to work at all, right? That's the thing, like, yeah, like many didn't have like any interest. It's so bad. And then when somebody like when somebody just says that, like, you know, like when just somebody says that, like, oh, you know, I've raised like fucking 4 kids or 5 kids or whatever, they fucking grew up on their own or something like that, you know, and they feel and they say it as if it's an achievement. I'm just thinking to myself, well, you know, it's good if they're independent, but like, right, it's just that the best thing that you can do is just make it easier for them, so they would have interest, so it would be easy to for them to study. You don't want to have a kid that constantly is behind, because that shit just piles up and it's just like fucking them over, makes them frustrated, and if you cannot remedy that, it's a fucking problem. Studying was never my thing, but I passed by cheating usually, and funny enough, I studied how to cheat properly. Exactly, but high school is kind of bullshit. It's in an age where hormones are at their peak and boys and girls are confused half the time. Their body is growing and you throw them in these forced awkward interactions like at a gym or class. Honestly, you know, like maybe like an all like boys and all girls, you know, school, maybe it's not that bad. I really can't say because like I just don't know the stats, right? but maybe it's for the better. Maybe it's for the better, because like the whole like interactions that you constantly like, you want to like fuck, you know, your dick is swollen, and and popularity and groups, and I mean groups are always gonna be a thing, but just like the fact that there are like girls around, and you already have like, you know, your dick is like fucking, you have like a boner in school, you know, that is just like, all of that shit is just not helping. It's just one other thing to worry about, and that is bad. And there's like another thing. Schools are pretty bad overall, you know, like those like 20 to 30 people in one class. That is dog shit. 20 to 30 people in one class is dog shit. You want to have less kids. The reality is that you want to have way less people to teach, so they would be more attentive. Like, you don't come to school to mess around and fucking run around and go ape shit or anything like that. You go, oh my god, 30 to 40, that's crazy. And school is for learning. And if we're not concentrating on that, and if we're like being distracted by other people, by other kids, etc., it's just not good. You know, you need way less people. And that's like actual learning. Like, socializing is all nice, but you can socialize either in breaks, or you can socialize outside of school. Let's just go to school to fucking learn. Because the whole like distracting constantly, etc., being distracted, it's not helping anyone. It's just slowing down the goddamn fucking learning process. Day one, they tell you stand in front of class, tell by yourself while everyone stares, and we had to do that in English during English lesson. I mean, it was okay, but instantly you just feel they try to put you in awkward spots on purpose, but I find that a wrong way of doing things. Well, the thing is, like, there's like, well, let's say, just to explain, there's like a program, right, like, that they need to go for, like, for instance, right, and it's like the first day, right, and like, let's say just like there's a number of things that you can teach on day one, and this is just one thing, like, to talk about, right? There's just one thing that you can do, and it's like, it's not necessarily like this is just like to put like in an awkward spot. It's just like, what do you make kids talk about, right, in school, you know, on an English lesson, on the first like fucking day or whatever, right? And this is just something obvious, you know, like, tell people like, what's your name, tell them like, what's your age, and some of the other like simple stuff, you know. It's kind of like, it's just it's pretty much like, I would say, like, it's normal and obvious beginning of you know, of a program, you know, like of an English program. Same as like talking about like some kind of mundane stuff, like, you know, oh, you know, like have a family, you know, like maybe I have like 2 brothers and 1 sister or some shit like that, right? You know, like, we live here, you know, in this town, you know, maybe in this district. It's all kind of like simple stuff like that. I like to play hockey, or, you know, or play games or whatever, you know. It could be stuff like that, and I wouldn't even say that it's like necessarily, you know, to put in an awkward spot or anything like that. And that's the thing, like, you know, like just writing English is just, it doesn't really do much. Like the words needs to be spoken, it needs to like a lot of practice and so on. You know, which I went through by myself on stream. Because I tried to like pronounce like each word, you know, like correctly, but that's like, you know, that's not something that like they're really making you do in school. But I would actually do it in this way, you know. I would actually, you know, like make them pronounce each word correctly and really work on the pronunciation. And each time you hear like a new word or see a new word, you have to type that shit in and you have to like read on it like what the fuck it is, to have like a general understanding. That's true, hence why I don't remember most of the shit I learned in high school. I forgot them in a few years afterwards too. I learned more from college despite college being ghetto and cheating there too. Yeah, because maybe like maybe because like the knowledge wasn't like forced on you, or wasn't like it was basically like optional. You just come, and if you want, like you can like fucking learn. If you want, you pay attention. If you don't, like, well, that's your fucking problem, you know. It's like less forced on you, and it's like it's not like, oh, you know, you just like do this and that, and like, oh, hey, are you listening? Are you listening? Are you typing that? Are you typing that? More, you can say that it's like a more mature attitude, but at the same time, you know, it's pretty natural, since you're all like you know, more grown. Whoa, they already reset? Oh my god. Yesterday, I think. Or when was it? Yeah, yesterday. I clicked on Soda's stream for a sec. And he was playing, you know, like, Darkest Dungeon. And I was like, yeah, I'm not watching that shit. It boils down to effort and interest, as you say. Like with most things in life, studying really means nothing. In fact, it's studying and deciding in your free time that learns you more as a student. Thing is that, like, school is not the problem. The problem is the attitude. Like, kids are not adults, right? So when they go to school, it's also like not their choice. If I go now, like, you know, it's my choice, you know, right? If I go like and fucking learn something, right? But they don't really like have a choice. You just need to go to school, and that's that. That's like one thing. Another thing is like the whole, like, how, you know, just a lot of parents, right, of people who are like basically from my generation, right? A lot of parents didn't have the time, right? The parents didn't really have the time to teach kids, or like to spend basically as much time as I would like on my kid. They didn't have the time because, like, you know, like mothers and fathers, like both parents worked, And that was like true for a lot of people in the 90s, like when like Soviet Union like got like sacked or whatever. It was true for a lot of like fucking families, right? That like like maybe like the woman, or like like the woman was also like working or something like that, right? And what were the kids doing? I don't even fucking know, but like it was just it was pretty shit here. As soon as like that shit like went south, right? So kind of like maybe also like before that, like the parents like didn't really have like this kind of attitude, or but there was a lot there was a lot of things in Soviet Union that like kind of like that like affected like how people like fucking like got education, right? Because there were all kinds of things that like kind of like affected like people's like discipline, right? The same as like in America, they have like scouts or boy scouts or some shit like that, like equivalent to that. The Soviet Union like had like its own thing. It had like its own thing where like kids of this age they can do that and maybe earn some like badges or whatever, and kids of like who are like older, they do this and that, and kids like having like some responsibilities, right? Now you see like less of that, but like at that time like there was more of that, and there was like a point in that. But of course, like also I would say that like at those times, both countries were pushing, for like patriotism or whatever, or they were like pushing like a certain narrative a lot, like they kind of like elevated, or rather like try to how to say it, like emphasize on the family, right? Like basically like the family is like is like really important, right? And also like the fact that like their country is like a mother, like mother country or something like that, and you have to like protect it. And the only reason for that is because both countries were competing. Yeah, so it's kind of like fucked up. But like just like overall like for education, I would say like that was like pretty good, People were doing stuff, and that's the thing, like people like from those times, they're telling like a story which is really interesting, where like kids like gone to school, and then after school there was so much more to do. People were going like to events, people were doing stuff, people were like participating in this and that, and they were like like some were learning some kind of language, or like they were like like learning some kind of skills, or some kind of like fucking like how to play on some kind of instrument, etc., etc. There were like a bunch of stuff for kids, and just like overall like for students, and for people to do afterwards. And like the culture were, I would say, like at its peak, kind of, right? Yeah, you can say it at its peak, because like there's just so many things outside, right? And now we have like a small fraction of that, and a lot of things that were kind of like a part of culture before, they're not anymore. Like Like some buildings are abandoned, some like fucking theaters are closed, some other shit is just like some kind of stages are not like they don't receive maintenance anymore, etc., etc. Like basically like things like that, or like some kind of like structures are not being like tended to, etc. And like it's like shit is just crumbling, shit is just getting destroyed, abandoned, not being used anymore, etc., etc. And there are like a million fucking things, all kinds of things, like shops and like small shops, small like fucking like some kind. There were like markets and all kinds of things, and people were like going for walks, and it was interesting, and people were playing like all kinds of like instruments, and there were like events and dancing and fucking going to fairs and musicals and all kinds of interesting shits. And there were less cars, or there were like practically no cars for a long freaking time, and that was great. Absolutely great. I read Soviet times were hard too, and people struggled at times. Yeah, that's like that is more like coming from America, like like they were trying to, like, I wouldn't say that's all bullshit, but thing is that a lot of people, that's the thing, like a lot of people, or most of them, had enough. And if you weren't working, you were basically a shithead, and you were made and you were like sent to work. But it's not like you're working like to the bone or some shit like that, but basically you don't want to be a loafer. Nobody wanted to be a loafer at that time, right? In those times. And that was a thing. And even though like you can say that like, oh, there wasn't like that much like shit there, or people weren't really poor, that's the thing, It wasn't even like people, like suffered or something like that, or that it was like really hard. For the most part, it was like people had enough. People worked, people traveled to different parts of Soviet Union. They like worked in factories, by the way, which like benefited them, obviously. There were enough of good things to justify the whole like the whole like thing, like the whole communism thing. And who the only motherfuckers who were like mad or something? Who are the only people? And I'm not saying that it's like right, but I'm just saying that the only complainers are just some sad shits, or they were rich, maybe they were like a lord, or like some kind of landlord, or some other shit. They were basically this dude, or whatever, who just had like some riches, and now suddenly he doesn't. And I agree, that's problematic, because you obviously don't want to like do that, because like if somebody earned something, that doesn't like, like it's not really fair to take it away from him, right? But overall, that's not most people. That is like a small percent. So when people like are painting this picture that like Soviet Union and like communism and stuff like that is just like, it's like, oh, like taking away, like from people and like then distributing amongst like everyone, and how that's bad, and how like like American fucking people were also like fucking they were somehow they were brainwashed into thinking that that's exactly what is going on. Yes, it's true, but only to an extent. And the extent is a small percentage, a really small percent, is the ones that lost something, but everyone, the working people, the hardworking people, the poor people, the working class, or even below that, the fucking workers, the goddamn fucking peasants, right? More or less, they were like peasants. That's the deal. Until like a certain point in time, until like the start of the 19th century or something like that, a lot of people were fucking peasants, basically. In this country and many others, I would say. A lot of people were just workers. So when somebody like fucking complains about the goddamn communism, they're fucking delusional. They're not even delusional. They're more like, I'm just spreading my fucking propaganda. I'm just bullshitting everyone to believe that, that this shit is just bad and there's nothing good about it, and that like, oh, we're all being robbed. But that is not the case. It's the same as like whole thing with like, oh, like we're gonna abolish the goddamn like fucking slavery, right? In America, we're gonna like destroy slavery. We're gonna get rid of it, right? And that's the thing, like how many slaves there are, how many working people there are, and how many of you just like people who are like in charge or whatever, the landlords and all kinds of other like folk, how many of you are and how many workers there are. You're just like 1% of 1%, and everyone else is just working, hard-working people. Either by will or against their will, but that is the case, right? So yeah, it's really fun. It's not funny. It's just it's actually annoying when somebody, or in my country, they're like telling that story that like, oh, it was bad and there was racism, and what are you talking about? Yeah, okay, I mean like Russian was prioritized, but at the same time, like it's not like Latvian language was some kind of like it was a thing, for a long time or something like that. It wasn't. Like Latvian language was formed really not that long ago. And there's like a lot of these pricks in my country. They're like are telling like a different story. And they're pushing like a narrative. They're also trying to confuse people, or like or spread misinformation and like and produce like fucking books, or like rather like make books, right, or write books about history, and kind of like they try to rewrite history to suit their like whatever needs. We have same issue with some people living in our country even during Ottoman times. They're treated better than they would be at other places, but people, some of them, are ungrateful or unhappy. Because personally I believe they wouldn't treat us the same way we treated them if the roles were reversed. Yeah, that's the thing, like, some people also are like somehow like confused about like occupation, for instance. You can occupy a country, right, and it can be occupation, and it can be like pretty civil rights, or it can be like ugly and and bloody and gruesome. It can be all kinds of things. But it's funny when somebody just say the words like, oh, we were occupied, like it's necessarily, like the craziest and the most awful thing, that like if we're occupied, then I don't know, like then my grandma or something is gonna be raped in the ass by two fucking black men or something, like whose name is like Jamal and like fucking Tyrone. Like that, like, is that how it is really? Actually, like during war, if I remember correctly, like some countries were like pretty neutral or whatever, and they were like occupied, and there was really, well, not that much going on there. You know, it was kind of like, we're gonna occupy you, but like, you know, and you're not gonna do anything. Yes, we're not gonna do anything, and and that's it. End of conversation. And basically, you know, it's like. It's not great, but it's also like not that bad either. And that's the thing, like when they talk about like fucking occupation and they talk about like Soviet Union, they're fucking confused, because one thing is like occupation and another thing is like what was happening. It's like, what about all the good things? What about like the culture of things? What about like helping the economy or like changing the economy? What about like having all those fucking factories and actually having like people like, you know, like to work somewhere? What about that? What about like free education? What about all kinds of like good things? Like, are we gonna like conveniently forget about that shit? Are we? You know? But that's how it is with these motherfuckers. Conveniently forgetting. Interesting pants. That's why it's crazy to see people actually believe Europe and USA actually give a shit about Ukraine and not care for their trillion-euro worth of resources beneath their land which they want a piece of. That's the thing, like, yeah, we can just help, you know, and not ask anything in return. Helping like this is also obviously means like good relations, like really good relations. But it also then means then like it's like, oh, it's like better prices or whatever, right? On some kind of resources. It can't be that we're like fucking like, you know, spending so much money on you and, you know, not getting anything in return. They say Russia is trying to bring back Soviet Union, but blindly ignore the fact that America tries to take control of Ukraine land. I'm pretty tired of the whole like, you know, like spread of propaganda is just fucking annoying. To listen to these idiots. But reality is, I gotta tell you this, that like, believing it or not believing it, I gotta be honest, it doesn't fucking mean a goddamn fucking thing. Because most of the people are not gonna like participate in this shit. So them believing or not believing, I mean, it does have like value or worth or like some kind of effect, but that effect is like, I don't know how really impactful that is. I feel like it's just doesn't really change anything much or at all. You know, like regular folks just like thinking something or like feeling something is just well, I agree. I also feel being aware and taking some form of action helps, like when people boycott certain products or bands. Yeah, like one thing is like boycotting like products or bands, or boycotting like the whole like some kind of situation with taxes, or like some kind of like at some kind of like workplace, or like stuff like that. Like who knows, right? It does seem like there's a point, but like when it's like a military thing, what are you gonna boycott? If someone really needs you to shut up, they're just gonna make you. I just don't see like ever like goddamn like civilians getting anywhere. Like before it was a thing, like the whole like overthrow of some kind of leadership and shit like that, like coup d'etat or some stuff like that. But like now it's just like a fairy tale, like people can go nuts, people can go crazy, but if it's gonna be too fucking crazy, then there's gonna be like goddamn military fucking cars, military fucking tech on the streets, and people are just gonna like either they're gonna die or they're gonna stop. And that's the thing, like I'm not trying to make to convince anyone to be impotent, right? But like at the same time, I feel like it's just pretty realistic for me to think this way. Like what can I really do, as soon as like some leaders or whatever decide that like what I'm saying or what I'm doing is problematic, that's it, like what can I do? Do I just go to jail? Like do I want to go to jail? Like do I want to be stopped? Well, at the same time, I haven't really reached any results. Yeah, regular people, or it's like the times where you could run into someone's castle and behead them for being corrupt or stealing farmers' money. Well, even back then you couldn't really do that, or rather, like, how are you gonna run in when there are like guards? No one is gonna let you go into the fucking castle. And also peasants don't really have gear, that's the thing. That's the thing. First of all, peasants are not educated. That's why my whole like rant about like Witcher 3 having peasants and at the same time they can write and fucking read, which is completely delusional, right? They're not educated, they're fucking stupid, they don't know much or anything, and they just work. What are they gonna do? Literally. Are they gonna storm the castle with what? They don't have any siege weapons. They have nothing but numbers. But that is easily dealt with. Just starve them to death or whatever. Or like, because the leaders were way smarter, they could do all kinds of things, You need a big group of angry folks, but now it won't matter once I can deal with any angry mob. That's why I hate how fast technology moves, especially in the war sector. Does it benefit people? Yes, you can say military keeps your country safe. I really hate that argument when people are making it, because like it's like, yeah, let's say like I don't really want like open borders, but at the same time, what do I need? Why do I need military for? To keep people in check? Well, that's the thing. Maybe you want to concentrate on the people. Maybe you want to, just have like better communication with other like people in other countries. Maybe you want to have like better relations. Maybe you don't want to have like, maybe you want to avoid situations when somebody is gonna cross your border and somehow like fuck up your like economy or whatever. You know, if you're like afraid of that, right? The whole like thing with call to action and about like you know, people joining the military or like forcefully being thrown into military or whatever, you know, like to join the army, that is some like fucking like clown ass crap. Because like, fight for your country. What do you mean like fight for my country? Yeah, I like the place where I fucking was born, but like, I don't want to fight for you. Maybe I would fight for like the fucking house that I live in. But like, why would I care to fucking, you know, protect the leaders or whatever? Like, I don't care about you guys. You know, maybe I like the country, but like, the enemy is not really after the country. They're after you guys. They don't like you guys. Do you remember that movie where in the end two leaders of two armies went out in the field and just fought each other, you know, with fists, and that's it? That's how they resolved the fucking war. And I think the whole thing was called, I think it was like the goddamn Postman. Was it the Postman? I can't remember. I think it was the Postman. Played by the goddamn fucking, what was his name? Kevin Costner. I think I saw that movie only once. Yeah, they can just kill each other for all I care. They can just go outside, fucking kill each other, and, you know, great, amazing, you know, what a spectacle. Yeah, and then you have like fucking confused motherfuckers coming back from some kind of war or whatever, you know, and saying stuff like, I was there, or I was there and I'm fucking proud, you know? I don't know. I don't think there's anything to be proud of. you kill someone, or you getting killed, or your fucking like teammates or whatever are getting killed. I'd rather just not have the conflict in the first place. Especially it's fucking, you know, like it's pretty twisted when they're calling themselves like fucking freedom fighters or something like that, or like we've liberated this country. We're liberators. That is some cope shits. That is some cope shits. I don't know who and what you have liberated, but you're fucking coping. You're fucking coping hard. Yeah. They fucking sniffed that copium so hard, you know, they started bleeding out of the asshole. Yeah. Oh, dude, did you hear? Or, like, did you see, maybe? There was, like, this guy, right, that, like, for many years, he supported, supported Ashes of Creation, right? This copium guy on YouTube. What was his name? I don't remember. But basically some bald guy, right? And he's an alright guy, right? And he was like supporting Ashes of Creation, talking about the content that came out, etc., right, for many years. And by the end of 2024, I think, there was some kind of like fallout or something like that between him and Ashes of Creation team, or rather even like the lead designer or some shit like that. Right. And it was kind of like interesting how that like showed how basically either the team or the leader of that team, that motherfucker that we've seen, you know, throughout the years, right? That he's just some kind of like delusional ass clown who's like, you know, talking about the shit about the game, you know, like he had like some fucking like he was like confused or delusional before because they had like some kind of unrealistic goals or whatever, you know, before, right? And now it feels like it hasn't, like he hasn't gotten better, that much better. And that was fine, you know, like you want, like if you want like an MMO, right? You want an MMO, and honestly, you know, the guy was right, that there wasn't really an MMO, a good MMO to play. Like WoW is fucking old. And classic WoW never received, like there was never classic plots, like additional content and stuff like that. There was only like expansions that basically write off all of the like past achievements, and kind of like it's just not it, right? So many MMOs, or most of them, are just garbage, right? So it's pretty fine, you know, like you want like an MMO and you don't have it, but it seemed like, at least like for this guy, that these people are making like an MMO that he might really enjoy, right? I wouldn't say that he was like simping necessarily, but he was just like looking at it realistically. He was talking about it, you know, he he was in the loop, right? More or less. But then, like, when maybe he had like too negative of criticism or something like that, right? But the lead designer or something, that guy like didn't like it, and that's it. You know. Now they're not good anymore, and the YouTuber just said like, well, okay, like, screw this. It seems like this project is just like, you know, it's just either not good, or he just doesn't know like if it's going anywhere, or basically he pointed out like the problems and then said like that he's just gonna like fucking maybe talk about other games or play other games and stuff like that. So basically I wouldn't say he moved on, but I would say that like this was like an eye opener for him, because like, you know, like the lead designer acting like a bitch, you know, as soon as like he got like either more criticism than usual or just got like negative criticism, like he kind of like, you know, showed his I wouldn't say true colors, but just showed how he's like what's it called, how he is not in touch with the reality of you know, of the games, like you know, I guess how well the development of the game goes, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. But basically, he's fucking coping, he's fucking being retarded, or unrealistic, or unreasonable, or something like that, and the YouTuber guy just like, you know, yeah. He just said like, okay, you know, like, I just provided criticism, you know, I just talked about the game as always. His whole argument was like, you know, he doesn't, like, that guy doesn't need to tell him anything, because he's the one who is always praising, or like was always talking throughout the years about the game. Like, he knows what he's talking about, you know. Yeah, and honestly, I feel like he was like the main guy. He became like the main guy that's like talking about Ashes of Creation. So the fact that that motherfucker just like, you know, acted like a clown, right? Well, he just kinda, you know, created a situation with that, like, where he lost some of the like followers of the project, right? And he lost like more or less the main channel that covered his shit, right? I mean, people can still see his like some kind of like, you know, like some kind of like talk about the development, about like plans, or about the other shit, etc., etc. But it's just that like people were watching a lot of his content through this guy, for this YouTuber, and now they're not anymore. They're not gonna either as much or at all. Nice. There's other relaxed channels that overly talk about a game before it's out, or fully realize what happens is they create a sort of false sense of hype and hope. I would say that like it's problematic only if the person is being unreasonable. But it seems like he had like pretty good like leveled head, and he criticized it, but like he was like kind of fair, right? Because he talked not just about the content, but like what can it mean, and you know, like theorized about it and stuff like that, right? I didn't see much of his stuff, but I just know that like he covered all kinds of like changes and patches and all kinds of stuff, and like was doing a pretty good job. It was actually interesting to watch his videos. I watched like one or two, but it's just that Ashes of Creation is not really my thing. You know, I'm not really. I look at it and it's just boring to me. The design of the game, and even visual design, is just boring to me. It doesn't have anything appealing to me. At least like from the way it looks. Okay, I'm gonna go for a pee. I think I'm gonna go for a pee. Then I need to clear this part so much that like a way needs to be open. Yeah. There needs to be like a certain door needs to open. Yep. I'm gonna get some coffee. Done working, which I'm doing now. Also, it's funny, Lolish lurked all this time, even when you called him out, and now he's gone. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess like the real talk was too boring for him, so he left. Yeah. Nobody's really interested in that unless they're like 100 years old or something. Probably. Or they're like Turkish. His drama queen leaves when it's about real life and people suffering. Yeah. Like his mom suffering. Does it penetrate her pussy? No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't want to fuck that fat cow anyways. Yes, is most likely half Turkish and half tofu. Yes, Lolish is most likely half, period, and that's it. There's nothing else written. Nobody knows what he is. Maybe he's a goddamn like fucking, you know, slice of cornbread or some shit like that. You know, so like maybe he's like just some kind of like stale bread. You know, that has like sentience or something. I don't know, like it's like a sentient being. You know. Half an atom. Oof, he's the crust of stale bread that no one eats. Yes. He's the gay crust on a gay piece of bread that nobody fucking eats. 'Cause it's gay. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh shit, I need to piss. shit, so many rats. Is this Delhi, India or something? No, it's just India. Regular. Ooh, nice. Oof, not good. Poor Indians indeed. Crusty fuckers. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. if I would have like a badge, I would like, you know, if I would like have like emotes or badges or shit like that, I would already give you like a badge of like a master unfollower or some shit like that, you know. Ah. Wait, Steam? What's going on Steam though? What's on Steam? What's on Steam? Don't see anything on Steam. But here it's I was afraid you'd be talking shit there and having less words, so I had to delete you too. Nah. What's the point of me talking shit somewhere? I can just do it on stream. Yeah. What's the point of doing that? Like, wait a minute. Wait, what's fuck, like what's on Steam? How do I do it on Steam? Oh, I can just write that shit down. I can just go here, go here, go here, and go like this. This is Steam, right? I wrote on YouTube. I'm not gonna pay attention to Twitch anymore, cause like it's just yeah. Yeah, I see it. Okay, now also there's like a matter of like accepting it. I'm just thinking about it still. Okay, I thought about it. Alright, what was it? Rodemu-kun. I tried to add you like on WoW, and I said like Rodemu-kun, and Rodemu-kun doesn't exist. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Wait, where was it? You said something about add me on Yep server. Oh, Yep server. Yep server. Works Must Die. Oh wow, that game still exists. Can you believe that that game still exists? That's crazy. Works Must Die. Oh, I needed like Discord. That's right, I keep forgetting. Discord, create invites, sent. Okay, cool. Awesome. Everybody's never die. I also laughed when you said that guy might as well delete his orc character in WoW because he won't play without me. What? Didn't I say just... No, I just said it like... Did I actually say that? Cause like I remember like that I said something like. I think I said it about my character or something like that. That I can delete my character. Or I said that you can delete yours. Or you cannot delete it. You can do it like whatever. Don't even remember what I said there. So you know saying that like I said that is... Somehow I can't recall. But I can actually easily find it. How to find that? Okay. Wait, where was this? What? Oh, was already here. Oh wow, that's crazy. And then, as always, like backs out like a little bitch. As always. So, Jesus Christ. I'm just closing Discord. I don't care about this clown anymore. Keeps like fucking putting up some kind of stupid clown messages all the freaking time. Jesus Christ. Name calls. Keeps telling me how I feel, even though while I'm saying that, all of this, I'm like, like smiling. Not like ear to ear, but I'm just like smiling, because like this shit is just funny to me, like the situation. I'm completely calm. Like I don't care about shit right now. I'm just playing the game. Wow. Okay. The only thing that I was like annoyed at. Oh, is that it has nothing to do with the guy?
It's too fake.
It's
too
just,
fake.
That my tooth aches. That's all.
Oh no! I said it. At first, like tooth aches. I said it first, and it's already clarifying it. Kind of, it's all.
I have a toothache, and that's it. That's the only thing that annoys me.
Toothache.
But like nobody annoyed me at that point. Nobody annoys me now. So.
Yeah, but I just like said at first like tooth ache, like two words separately, and then I said toothache, together. But it's funny that you thought that I said like too fake. He's too fake for me.
To hear, they're like, oh no, you're mad. And kept fucking saying it like so many times in a row. It's weird. Well, and I don't care to prove him wrong. Because it's like immediately, as there's like an argument, immediately, ego. You're a pussy. Ego. Pussy. It's like the same fucking story as always with this guy. I just wonder, like, is he ever gonna get better or well? Or is he always gonna be fucked?
I guess that's what you get.
Well, I guess I'm gonna level enchanting only for myself. Great.
Great. Less mats, less materials used. I don't know, man. It's way better than before. you know. So when I asked about your parents, I just, I was just wondering, would be nice for them like to notice that, like some kind of like change, some kind of like, like seriousness. And I'm eating some fish babies, dude. Somebody is calling it a fancy name like caviar. I just call it like children of fish, I'm like fucking murdering them. True. Oh my god, he keeps fucking going. Jesus Christ. What does the mastery here give? Mastery, mastery. Is it here? Okay. Don't care for blue items. I don't know why they're dropping like so fucking often. Fuck, strange. Yeah. What is this? 25,000 health? Wow. That's like the best potion? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Hope it's not. Oh wow, that's really good. Yep. This shit doesn't have any value. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. That's small brilliant. Oof. Ooh, large brilliant shard. Nice. Ooh. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, burp, man. Yeah, dude. Bootylicious. Bootylicious, brother. Okay. What? No. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Trump is so hot. I wanna shoot. I wanna fucking. I wanna suck on his fucking wig. You know? That's how hot he is. Gonna suck on his wig. Wait, what? Oh. I'm stupid, that's why. Amazing. Yeah, turnip. That's exactly how we may call it. No. I guess. Today, basically, because I've sent my kid, Ryan, to the kindergarten, you know, I was home alone. And it's like, it would be fine if the situation was different. But the kid, as soon as like I sent the kid home, you know, all I realize is that, not like realize, all that I know is that what I need to do is to iron clothes, and there's already a shit ton of clothes to iron. So it's kind of stupid like that. Last week, I was a little bit kind of, I was kind of like free, right? Sometimes. But now, I'm just not. And just because the kid is not home, doesn't mean that I don't have chores. I still have the same chores. Just that I don't have to like be distracted on her. So the fact that I'm free just means that I'm gonna be ironing clothes, which I did today, like partially. There's already enough. And more or less, this whole like shit is fucking stupid because I sit down to play these games, and I'm immediately fucking tired. Immediately tired and sleepy and everything else. I say with me, not as much as you, but I rarely can play or sit down for hours on end anymore. Always chores or shit to do, or shit to buy outside for my mom. Or so whiny mofos in the mails. Yeah. Those are the only mofos that are available. Or probably did like not taxpayers. You fools think you can defeat me so easily. Face the true might of the Nephrazim. Okay. And then what? Damn you mortals. All my plans of revenge, all my hate, I'll be avenged. No, you won't, you stupid fucker. Also, your mom is poop on the stick. What are they doing? How did that ever happen? Either way, I'm going to sleep, man. Yeah. Too fucking tired. Oh, it's already past midnight. Great. Yeah. Cheers, man. Cheers, man. See you later. Yeah, I'm already like for half an hour I'm falling asleep. On stream, can't... Well, not half an hour, but